Kwa court A wa Colonia A rite kamo court E kamo rapeta uri ekon aibere tare ulaita uri nalipisho inchi kamo hata sishinyo ya uri we went for through shumela kawana ifela mapelo kaatu waliliano lele na uri twele pele anakam utejipele mjutisa twele tabori fetunga ufita agenu la tuo twele la mungi la aforo mila pie wala tufatwa bayona ibele mula tuwa matumo wa ufitela mula tuwa wa 25 lipo no banaka o talele jamila swimming u pela pili ta numero ya mola pia 26 wa pela kama tu wa 22.
For the sake of completeness, may I just indicate that this joinder will be in terms of section 81.1 of the criminal procedure act.
Bale talele jamila pia ita kidiwa uyalika karulo ya 81 wa matomo wa mulao wa ula spiritual yatse jamila pia usi.
Accused, good morning. I have been informed by the public prosecutor in this matter that there are additional charges that should be joined to the charges that you are facing in this matter. That being count number 26 to 32 on the existing account. And this application is done in terms of section 81, subsection 1 of the Criminal Procedure Act. And just before the court finally pronounced advocate,
Court, this is your
work. Mr. Court, and you appear on behalf of all the accused.
Indeed so.
Before we proceed with the bail application, there is an application by the state that additional charges be joined. I assume that you have been appraised of the charges.
Indeed so, Your Worship.
Obviously, you have no objection.
Thank you.
I interacted with your defense counsel in this regard to the charges that the state intended to prefer against you, additional charges. And count number 26 is that of murder, read with the relevant provision of section 51, subsection 1 of the Criminal Procedure Amendment Act 105 of 1997. And the count number 27 is that of fraud. Count number 28 as well is that of fraud. Count number 29 is also fraud charge that we are facing. Count number 30 is of contravention of section 4, read with section 1 and 8 of the Prevention of Organized Crime Act 151 of 1998, that is money laundering. Count number 31 being a count of murder, read with the provision of section 51, subsection 1 of the Criminal Law Amendment Act 105 of 1997 as amended. And the count number 32 is that of murder, read with the provision of section 51, subsection 1 of the Criminal Procedure Act 105 of 1997 as amended. So the court intended you to know what are the additional charges, hence I read the content of the charges. And this application is done in terms of section 81, subsection 1 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977 as amended. The application is therefore accordingly granted.
Constitution de la Coupelle au Mont Naka ou dans les États qui ont mis la vie de la fête au Guyana pour la Pélica et mon avocat de la Fatoja ou de 6 bon fait la mon avocat de tout et pour peloyer et mon justice de Midra ou Yalika Kabo Yabu 81 et mon doigt Macromo mola uma ola ola tsibiso ya tseko ya mela tu ya usi kileka pamwe milwale na swaka sau ka condition kinitri kena yemechi mola tumo logori ana una le kutatra wa una sanya kama fatala ga sona mawapili kubolo district no tuchisi ale awa kubola mtuchisi ai Tredepi, Kaurialo, Menaprie et Tameletoao, au Tramagan, la 26, il va y a mon 26 quoi Polao, mon 27 quoi au Meneja, Wafura, mon 28, Loana quoi Meneja. Mula 29 wa manager mula wa uteti mula wa ulika uka kisha chelete ye ngombe one usuli wawole ifetweka zila chabo sibe mula wa uteti 1 mula wa Polao mula wa uteti 2 mula wa Polao mula ya Polao ibawa wala fatwa Guyana akarejwa le kabulo ya malao kabulo ya kufikiwa mtu wa masomo malao wedo ngori kwa 105 wa 197 ulela uka unyani bali kotoje foro ikalifa utona vele gabona mulatu kamulatu wakula.
Yes, you can now proceed as stated.
As the court pleases, you should count one as follows. The accused are guilty of the crime of murder is that upon or about 21 October 2019, Etonya is 5 Dam, Western Valley in the district of Capricorn. The accused did unlawfully and intentionally cause the death of Nogo Sydney Munja, an adult male person. The state further averred that the murder was planned or premeditated. Count number 2 is that of fraud, in that on or about 1 March 2019 at Chonya Burukwani in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully, falsely, and with intent to defraud misrepresented to iLife Insurance Company that she was espoused to Nogosi Limonja and did then and there, by means of the said misrepresentation, induce iLife Insurance Company to issue an accidental death policy cover for an amount of 650,000 rand with reference policy number 11346983. And that on the 25th of October 2019, she submitted claim to iLife Insurance Company for a natural death of Nogosi Limonja, claiming to be the spouse, which One Life Insurance Company rejected the claim to the prejudice of iLife Insurance Company in the amount of 100,000 rand. Whereas the accused, when she made that misrepresentation, knew that in truth she was not a spouse to Nogosi Limonja and was not married either customarily or by civil rights or registered into a partnership to Nogosi Limonja. And this count applies only to Raiseja Kutumela Shokan. Count 3. And this one also applies to Raiseja Shokan, in that On or about the 11th of September 2019, at Polokwane in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully and falsely, with intent to defraud, misrepresented to Old Mutual Insurance Company that she was a spouse to Nkosi Munja and did there and then. By means of the said misrepresentation, induced Old Mutual Insurance Company to issue an accidental death policy cover for an amount of 650,000 rand with the reference number Green Light Policy number 187533189, and that on the 28th of October 2019, she submitted claim documents to Old Mutual Insurance Company for a natural death of Nkosi Munja, claiming to be the spouse, which Old Mutual Insurance Company rejected the claim to the prejudice of Old Mutual Insurance Company in the amount of 650,000 rand, whereas the accused, when she made the misrepresentation, knew that in truth she was not a spouse to Nkosi Munja and was not married either customarily or by civil rights or registered into a partnership to Nkosi Munja. Count number 4 only applies to accused number 1, Rachel Shokani Kutumela. In that on or about the 15th of July 2019, at Polokwane in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully, falsely, and with intent to defraud, misrepresented to First National Bank that she was a spouse to Nkosi Munja and did there and then. By means of the said misrepresentation, induced First National Bank to issue an accidental death policy cover and listed as a beneficiary for an amount of 1,500,000 rand with reference number CP 300149530, and that on the 4th of November 2019, she submitted claim documents to First National Bank for a natural death of Nkosi Munja, claiming to be the spouse. And that on the 12th of March 2020, First National Bank deposited an amount of 1,505,000 rand into Raisita R. Shokani account number, I will skip that, Your Worship, to the prejudice of First National Bank in the amount of 1,505,000 rand. Whereas the accused, when she made the misrepresentation, knew that in truth she was not a spouse to Nkosi Munja and was not married either customarily or by civil rights, nor registered into a partnership to Nkosi Munja. Count number 5 is a count of murder, which applies to all accused, that the accused are guilty of the crime of murder, and that upon or about 4 July 2020 at Ornia Lokama village in Muleti, in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally cause the death of Joyce Tsela Malesa, an adult female person. The state further averred that the murder was planned and premeditated, and also that the accused were acting in common purpose. Count number 6 only applies to accused number 1, Raisita Kutumela, that of fraud, and that upon or about 15th day of April 2020 and at Ornia Polokwane in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully, falsely, and with the intent to defraud, misrepresented to First National Bank Live that she was Joyce Tsela Malesa and applied for accidental death plan policy and did there and then, by means of the said misrepresentation, induced First National Bank to issue an accidental death plan policy and listed herself, being the accused, number 1, as the sole beneficiary of the policy and stood to benefit an amount of 3 million rand under policy number 300184417. And that on the 12th day of April 2021, she submitted claim documents to First National Bank Life for unnatural death of Joyce Malisa, claiming that the deceased was found dead in a shack, which claim was rejected by First National Bank. To the potential prejudice of First National Bank in the amount of 3 million rands. Whereas the accused, when she made the misrepresentation, she knew that in truth and in fact, she was not Joyce Malisa, and that she intended to have the deceased killed in order to benefit from the death, from the accidental death plan policy. Count number 7 is a kind of murder which applies to all accused, in that the accused are guilty of the crime of murder, in that upon or about 6 April 2021, at Uru village in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally cause the death of Nebel Mahat Kutume, an adult male person. The state aversed that the murder was planned or premeditated, and the accused were acting in the furtherance of a common purpose. Count number 8 is that of defeating the ends of justice, which applies only to accused number 1, Rachel Shokani Mena, is that of defeating or obstructing the administration of justice, in that upon or about 6 April 2021 at Orniara village in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully and with intent to defeat or obstruct the cause of justice, placed the deceased body of Nebel Mahatu Kutume in the middle of R567 road, which had defeated or obstructed the administration of justice. Count number 9 applies only to accused number 1, in that on or about 12 October 2020 at Orniabolo in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully, falsely and with intent to defraud, misrepresented to ABSA that the person in a company was one Nebel Mahatugudume, who wanted to apply for a funeral policy and did there and then, by means of the said misrepresentation, induced ABSA Life to issue funeral policy cover for an amount of 1 million rand with policy reference number 663516312, and that the person who applied for the funeral policy made the accused the sole beneficiary of that policy. And that on the 12th day of April 2021, she submitted claim documents to ABSA Life for a natural death of Nebel Kutume, to which ABSA rejected the claim, to the potential prejudice of ABSA Life Insurance Company in the amount of 200,000. Whereas the accused, when she made the misrepresentation, knew that in truth, Nebel Mahatugudume could not enter into any contract as he was mentally challenged. Count number 10 only applies to accused number 1. These are of fraud, and that upon or about 7 February 2020 at Orniabolo in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully, falsely, and with intent to defraud, misrepresented to First National Bank that the person in a company was one Nebel Mahatu Kutume, who wanted to apply for a funeral policy and did there and then, by means of the said misrepresentation, induced First National Bank Life to issue a funeral policy cover for an amount of 63,000 rands with policy reference number F155787070, and that the person who applied for the funeral cover made the accused the sole beneficiary of that policy. And on the 10th day of April 2021, she submitted claim documents to First National Bank Insurance Company for a natural death of Nebel Kutume, to which First National Bank Life paid an amount of 126,000 rand into Rachel Raiseta Shogani's FNB account, to the prejudice of First National Bank Life Insurance Company in the amount of 126,000. Whereas the accused, when she made this misrepresentation, knew that in truth, Neville Makatu Gudumela could not enter into any contract as he was mentally challenged. Count number 11 only applies to accused number 1. Is that of fraud, and that on or about 3 March 2020, actually in the district of Capricorn, the accused unlawfully, falsely, and with intent to defraud misrepresented to Holland Life Insurance Company that the person in the company was one Neville Makatu Gudumela, who wanted to apply for a funeral policy and did there and then, by means of the said misrepresentation, induced Holland Life Insurance Company to issue a funeral policy cover for an amount of 63,000 rand with policy reference number 157-15644, and that the person who applied for the funeral policy, for this funeral policy, made the accused the sole beneficiary of that policy. And that, on the 9th day of April 2021, she submitted claim documents to Holland Insurance Company for the natural death of Neville Gudumela, to which Holland Insurance Company paid in an amount of 63,000 rand into Rachel Raiseta Shogani's ABSA account, to the prejudice of Holland Insurance Company in the amount of 63,000 rand. Whereas the accused, when she made the misrepresentation, knew that in truth, Neville Makatu Gudumela could not enter into a contract as he was mentally challenged. Count number 12 only applies to Raiseta Rachel Gudumela Shogani, the fraud, and that on the 15th day of July 2019, at or near Polokwane in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully, falsely, and with intent to defraud misrepresented to Asupo Life that she was legitimately applying to take accidental death cover for Neville Makatu Gudumela, and did there and then, by means of the said misrepresentation, induced Asupo Life to issue an accidental death policy cover and listed herself as a beneficiary for an amount of 62,000 rand and the policy number AL10000001570-175. And that on the 12th day of April 2021, she submitted claim document to Asupo Life for natural death of Neville Makatu Gudumela, claiming that the deceased Neville Makatu Gudumela was found lying in the middle of the road. And that on the 20th day of April 2021, Asupo deposited an amount of 124,000 rand into Raiseta Shogani's ABSA account, to the prejudice of Asupo Life in the amount of 124,000 rand. Whereas the accused made this misrepresentation, she knew that in truth, when she took the policy cover, she intended to have the deceased killed in order to benefit from the accidental death cover, which pays double the amount. Count 13 is a count of murder which applies to all accused. The accused are guilty of the crime of murder in that on or about the first day of August 2021 in Echornia Motung village in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally cause the death of Mapari Ephraim Toshi, an adult male person. The state affirms that the murder was planned or premeditated and the accused were all acting in furtherance of common purpose. Count number 14 applies to accused number 1, Rachel Raiseta Gudumela Shogani, is a charge of fraud in that upon or about 14 May 2021, Echornia Polokwane in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully, falsely, and with intent to defraud misrepresented to Standard Bank that she was legitimately applying to take a funeral policy plan for Mapari Ifran and did then and there, by means of the said misrepresentation, induced Standard Bank to issue a funeral plan policy and listed herself as a beneficiary for an amount of 100,000 rand under policy number FUN 00188811. And that on the 12th day of August 2021, she submitted claim documents to Standard Bank for a natural death of Mapari Ifran Choshi, claiming that the deceased Mapari Ifran Choshi was found lying dead in the middle of the street, and that Standard Bank deposited an amount of 200,000 into Raiseja Shokani Standard Bank account, to the prejudice of Standard Bank in the amount of 200,000 rand. And I just corrected that, Josh. In the amount, that's correct, Josh, in the amount of 200,000. That's the correct case. Whereas when the accused made the said misrepresentation, she knew in truth when she took the policy funeral plan, she intended to have the deceased killed in order to benefit from that policy. Count number 15 applies to accused number 1, Raiseja Rachel Shokani, the count of fraud in that on or about 1 September 2017 at Orania Polokwane, in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully, falsely, and with intent to defraud, misrepresented to Holland Life Insurance Company that she was legitimately applying to take a funeral plan policy from Mapari Ifran Choshi, and did then and there, by means of the said misrepresentation, induced Holland Life Assurance Company to issue a funeral plan policy, and she listed herself as a beneficiary for an amount of 75,000 rand under policy number 14169576. And that on the 5th day of January 2021, she submitted claim documents to Holland Life Assurance Company for a natural death of Mapari Ifran Choshi, claiming that the deceased was found lying in the middle of the street. And that on the 12th day of August 2021, Holland Life Assurance Company deposited an amount of 98,089 it's 980,000 rand and 40 cents into the account, capital account of Raiseja Shokani, to the prejudice of Ashupol in the said amount. Whereas the accused, when she made the misrepresentation, she knew that in truth, when she took the funeral policy cover, she intended to have the deceased killed in order to benefit from the policy, from that policy. Count number 16, the count of murder applicable to the three accused before court, in that the accused are guilty of the crime of murder, in that on or about 14 September 2022, at near Motung Village, Mahof, in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully intentionally cause the death of Jacob Petros Siakamel, an adult male person. The state averts that this murder was pre-planned and premeditated, and that the accused were acting in the furtherance of the common purpose. Count 17 applies to accused number 1, is that of defeating or obstructing the administration of justice, and that the accused is guilty of the crime of defeating the administration of justice, in that upon or about 14 September 2022, at Motung Village in Mapofe, in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully and with intent to defeat or obstruct the cause of justice, placed the deceased body of Jacob Petros Siakamela in a dumping area which had defeated or obstructed the administration of justice. Count number 18 is also a crime of fraud only applicable to accused number 1, that upon or about the 20th of April 2022 at Ornia Polokwane in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully, falsely, and with intent to defraud, misrepresented to First National Bank Life that she was Masepe Damaris Select and applied for an accidental death policy plan and did there and then, by means of the said misrepresentation, induced First National Bank Life to issue an accidental death plan policy on the life of David Siakamens and stood to benefit an amount of 1.5 million rand under policy number CP300243016. And that on the 28th of September 2022, she submitted claim documents to First National Bank Life for the natural death of David Siakamens, claiming that the deceased was found lying in the street, which claim was rejected by First National Bank to the potential prejudice of First National Bank Life in the amount of 1.5 million rand. Whereas the accused, when she made the misrepresentation, knew that in truth, when she was not Damaris Select, and she intended to have the deceased killed in order to benefit from the accident death plan policy. Count number 19 applies to the three accused before court that are guilty of the crime of murder and that upon or about 13 April 2024 at Ornyamodung village in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally cause the death of Uti Martin Tata, an adult male person. The state adverts that the murder was planned, premeditated, and the three accused were acting in the furtherance of the common purpose. Count number 20, if indicated, only applies to accused number 2 and accused number 3. This is where the possession or use of proceeds of an unlawful activity. In that during the period 30 to 31st October 2019, at or near Polokwane, in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally acquire, use or possess property, well knowing and or where they ought to have known that the property to with monies amounting to approximately 100,000 rand. The state will argue that at all material times these accused were acting in the furtherance of the common purpose. Count number 21, this is money laundering for accused number 2 and accused number 3. In that during the period 30 to 31 October 2019, at Ornia Polokwane, the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally, well knowing and or where they ought to have known that the property to with monies amounting to approximately 200,000 were or not formed part of the proceeds, were or formed part of the proceeds of an unlawful activities to which fraud, and thereby accused number 1 deposited a portion of cash in smaller amount into a other bank account and into the bank account of accused number 2 and 3, where all accused spent and or utilized the money by buying various goods items which has or likely to have the effect of enabling or assisting the accused number 1 to remove or diminish the property, which is money, acquired directly as a result of the commission of the offense of fraud. The state will allege that at all material times the accused acted in the furtherance of the common purpose. I just correct that this count of money laundering applies to the 3 accused before. Count number 22, acquisition, use or possession of property which is the proceeds of an unlawful activity. This applies to all accused. In that during 12 to 18 March 2020 at Polokwane, in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally acquire, use or possess property well known and or where they ought to have known that the property to with monies amounting to approximately 975,000 975,000 rands. The state will argue that at all material charges accused acted in the furtherance of the common purpose. Count number 23, the count of money laundering, which applies to all three accused before court. In that, during the period 12 to 18 March 2020, at Orniapolokwan in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally, well knowing and or where they ought to have known that the property to which monies amounting to approximately 1,505,000 rands were or formed part of the proceeds of an unlawful activities to which fraud, and thereby accused number 1 deposited a portion of cash in smaller amounts into a other bank account and into bank account of accused number 2 and 3, whereby all accused spent or utilized the money by buying various goods items which has or likely to have the effect of enabling or assisting the accused number 1 to remove or diminish property acquired directly as a result of the commission of the offense of fraud. And we will argue also that they were acting in the furtherance of the common. Count number 24 also applies to all accused is the crime of acquisition, use and possession of property which is the proceeds of an unlawful activity. In that during the period 13 October 2022, in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally acquire, use or possess property well knowing and or where they ought to have known that the property to which monies amounting to approximately 60,000 rands. We will argue that the three accused were acting in the furtherance of the common purpose. Count number 25 is the count of money laundering, which applies to three accused before. In that during the period of 13 October 2022, and actually near Polokwane, the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally, well knowing and or when they ought to have known that the property to which monies amounting to approximately 200,000 rand were or formed part of the proceeds of unlawful activities to which fraud, and thereby accused number 1 deposited a portion of cash in smaller amount into other bank accounts and also into the bank account of accused number 2 and 3, whereby all accused spent or utilized the money by buying various goods items which has or likely to have the effect of enabling or assisting the accused number 1 to remove or diminish the property acquired directly as a result of the commission of the offense of fraud. Also, we argue that they were acting in the furtherance of the common purpose. Count number 26 is a count of murder applicable to all the three accused before court, in that on or about the 4th day of May 2019, at Foshville Road, Sebokeng, in the district of Sebokeng, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally cause the death of stray-dog raiders, an adult male person. We are aware that the murder of the deceased was premeditated and the accused were all acting in the furtherance of the common purpose. Count number 27 is a crime of fraud applicable to Anna Rice-Sejashoka. In that honor about the 19th day, this is accused number 2. Yes. In that honor about the 19th day of March 2019 at Sebokeng in the district of Sebokeng, the accused unlawfully, falsely and with intent to defraud misrepresented to FNB Life that she was a spouse to stray-dog raiders. Did there and then, by means of the said misrepresentation, induce FNB Life to issue an accidental death policy cover for an amount of 1.5 million rand with reference number CP 300126107. And that on the 27th day of May 2019, she submitted claim documents to FNB Life for the natural death of stray-dog raiders claiming to be the spouse, which FNB Life rejected the such claim. To the potential prejudice of FNB Life in the amount of 1.5 million rands. Whereas the accused, when she made the misrepresentation, she knew that in truth she was not espoused to stray dominators and was not married either customarily or by civil rights or registered into a partnership with the said stray dominators. Count number 28, only applicable to accused number 2 another Shokani. The crime of fraud in that upon and about 2 April 2019 at Nyasibukeng, in the district of Sulibe, the accused did unlawfully, falsely, with intent to defraud, misrepresented to all the mutual insurance company that she was espoused to stray dominators and did there and then by means of the said misrepresentation induced all mutual insurance company to issue an accidental death policy cover for an amount of 1 million rand with reference number green light 186-46708. And that on the 27th of May 2019, she submitted claim documents to all mutual insurance company for an unnatural death of stray dominators claiming to be the spouse, which claim was rejected by all mutual insurance company. The prejudice to the potential prejudice of all mutual insurance company in the amount of 1 million rands. Whereas the accused, when she made the misrepresentation, she knew that in truth she was not espoused to the said stray dominators and was not married either customarily or by civil rights or registered into a partnership through stray dominators. Count number 21, only applicable to accused number 2 Anara Shokani, is a crime of fraud.
Count number 21.
Is 29.
Thank you. Just realized that you mentioned something.
From 28 is that of fraud, and now we are at 29.
Thank you.
Judgment that is as follows: is the crime of fraud in that on or about 1 April 2019 at Nyasibukeng in the district of Sulibe, the accused did unlawfully, falsely, with intent to defraud, misrepresented to Holland Life that she was espoused to stray dominators and did then by means of the said misrepresentation induce Holland Life to issue an accidental death policy cover for an amount of 75,000 rand with reference number 15145045. And that on the 7th day of May 2019, she submitted claim documents to Holland Life for an unnatural death of stray dominators claiming to be the spouse, which Holland Life paid an amount of 75,000 rand into the Capitec account belonging to Anara Shokani on 25 July 2019, to the prejudice of Holland Life in the amount of 75,000 rand. When she made the said misrepresentation, she knew in truth she was not espoused to stray dominators and was not married either customary, by civil rights, or registered into a partnership to stray dominators. Count number 30 is that of money laundering applicable to all three accused before court. In that, during the period 27 June to 26 July 2019, at Polokwane, in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally, well knowing and or where they ought to have known that the property to which monies amounting to approximately 237,939.95 cents were or formed part of the proceeds of an unlawful activities to which fraud, and thereby accused number 2 deposited portion of cash in smaller amounts into a other bank account and into the bank account of accused number 1 and accused number 3, where all accused spent or utilized the money by buying buyer's goods, items which has or likely to have the effect of enabling or assisting accused number 2 to remove and or diminish money acquired directly as a result of the commission of fraud. With IPO-ship, that also here they were acting the furtherance of the common act. This is now count number 31. It's a count of murder applicable to the 3 accused before court in that on or about 6 June 2020, an Etorania Makilereke village in the district of Sikukuni, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally cause the death of Gordon Orateng Asikoma, an adult male person. We allege that this murder was premeditated or planned and committed by the 3 accused in the furtherance of the common case. Count number 32, also a crime of murder applicable to the 3 accused before court, and that on or about 17 May 2013, near the Wapo, in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally cause the death of Andrew Makarietsi, an adult male person. We also allege murder was premeditated, accused were acting in the furtherance of the common case. With that being said, we submit that this bail application falls within Schedule 6, and as we have already indicated to court, the state stand opposed to the release of the accused.
May I interject just the accused were seated? Is there a evidence? The accused were seated? Yes, you can proceed.
kama ikemishi vile kana nimula wabele watu la nifu lanuku signi munja mtuwasi nao muhuru fabala kutisi le la fata wole kula woye ireriwe ibile ba fatwa ba idile kama ikemishi tu ati mulatu wabubili ndi mulatu wa women mo wala fatwa mulatu fatwa imenga sita Rachel Kani fela kula fatwa ore anakwa chatin fedila 1 March 2019 ni filo ile anamo kulkwani wakasukulukwani sitting sake prikon kula fatwa kama ikimishi jule kabufu ka ufura lima ikimishi ju ufurecha kampani ya insurance ya iLife wori yena kimolekani wanu kusi ni munja kauri yaru ka furabu we adira wori kampani ya insurance ya iLife ule polisi ya kule lika harabu kabakala poti mweli mwori Ugo patela chile ya wikana 650,000 ya ranta kapatinga nomoro ya polisi 11334693 lebore tari 25 japo ya Oktoba 2019 mala fatwa uile Aisha umelali tokomani kupela bore kampani ya iLife ya insurance patele tave nungu signi muncha a tokofeti kama kwa usvimwa saa ifela kampani ya iLife ile ya ana kupelo ye identity moinumori nkabe ba dumele ukapatela bebata beba leba baleta terreno ya tšhelete ya go lekana 100,000 mo e leng gore molafatwa ge a šala a foretša kampane o ba tseba gore nnete yena a se yena molekane wa Noko Sydney Montšha le gore a se ba nyalana e ka ba ka setšo goba ka mokgwa wa go saenela go tlhakanela thuto ebile a se ba lekane yena le Noko Sydney Montšha. Molato wa boraro ke molato ba re mo o latofatwa molafatwa wa mathomo e beng yena Raesetša Rachel Tumelakane mo latofatwa gore ana kwa tšatšing kgwedi la 11 ka September ngwaga wa 2019 lefelo e le mo Polokwane wa kgauswi le Polokwane seleteng sa Capricorn molafatwa kgatlhanong le molao ka bofora le maikemišetšo a go foretša kampane ya di-insurance ya Old Mutual gore yena ke yena molekane wa Noko Sydney Montšha ka gore yalo bofora bae ba tlhola gore kampane ya di-insurance ya Old Mutual e bule policy ya lefu le le ka tlhayago ka mokgwa o kotsi ba bolela Noko Sydney Montšha ba molela policy ya tšhelete ya go lekana 650,000 ya diranta mo policing ya go bitswa gore Green Light ya nomoro 187531189 mo e leng gore ka tšatši kgwedi la 28 October ngwaga 2019 molafatwa o ile a iša goba romela ditokomane kwa Old Mutual gore yo Noko Sydney Montšha o tlhokofetše ka mokgwa wa tsela e sebeng ya tlhago e fela kampane ya Old Mutual ile ya gana kgopelo ya gage mo e leng gore nkabe ba ile ba dumela be ba tlabe ba ile ba latlhelelwa ke tšhelete ya go lekana 650,000 rand mo e leng gore molafatwa ge a šala a dira boforabo o be a tseba gore nnete a se yena molekane wa Noko Sydney Montšha ke gore a ba tsebo ke ba nyalana e ka ba ka setšo goba ka mokgwa wa go tlhakanela thuto yena le Noko Sydney Montšha. Molato wa bone ke molato wa bomenetša mo molafatwa wa mathomo e beng Raesetša Rachel Tumelakane mo molafatwa gore ka letšatši kgwedi ka 15 tša July ngwaga 2019 ana go Polokwane wa kgauswi le Polokwane seleteng sa Capricorn molafatwa ka kgathanong le molao ka bofora le maikemišetšo a go manetša banka ya FNB gore yena ke yena molekane wa Noko Sydney Montšha ka bofora bo ba gage a tlhola gore FNB e bule policy ya lefu le le ka tlhayago ka mokgwa wa kotsi maeneng a Noko Sydney Montšha a ke ngwadiša bjale ka yena motho wa enoši o e leng gore ge o ka hlaga lefu leowe o swantse go lefelwa tšhelete ya go lekana 1 million le 505,000 ka fase ga nomoro ya CP 300149,530 mola letšatšing kgwedi la 84 tša November ngwaga 2019 molafatwa o ile a iša romela ditokomane kwa FNB gore yo Noko Sydney Montšha o tlhokofetše ka tsela e leng gore a se a tlhago yena bjale ka molekane wa gage o tsentšha kgopelo ya go patelwa tšhelete ka di-12 ka March wa 2020 FNB ile ya lokela tšhelete ya go lekana 1,505,000 ka gare ga account ya banka ya raisecha a Shokana ka hore yalo FNB ya latlhegelwa ke masheleng a o lekana 1,505,000 mola e leng gore yo molatifatswa ge a šala a furetša FNB wa tseba gabotse gore netting yena le yo nokosene montšha a se balekane a ba nyalana e ka ba ka setšo goba go hlakanela thutu molato wa bohlano ke molato wa polao mo e leng gore balatifatswa ka moka ba le wa bararo ba latifatswa ka molato o latifatsa gore a nako a letsatsing ke la di-4 tša July ngwa 2020 lefelong wa kgauswi le a nako a leokamo moletši seleteng sa Cape balatifatswa kgatlhanong le molao ebile ka maikemišetšo ba ile ba tlhola lefu la Joyce Tsela Malesa motho wa sesadi o mogolo lefapha la botšhotšhisi re tlo nganga gore polao ye e reriwe ebile balatifatswa ge ba e dira be ba e dira ka maikemišetšo a matiri molato wa Tsela ke molato wa bomenetša mo o latifatswa ona molatifatswa wa mathomo gore ka letšatši kgwedi la di-15 April ngwa 2020 lefelong bolokwane ba kgauswi bolokwane seleteng sa Cape Town molatifatswa kgatlhanong le molao ka go fora maikemišetšo e le go manetša first FNB life gore yena ke ena Joyce Tsela Malesa ebile o kgopela go bulelwa polisi ya lefu le le ka tlhagang ka tsela ya go ba ya kotsi ka gore yalo o ile a dira gore FNB e bule polisi ebile a ke ngwadiša yena molatifatswa bjale ka motho a enoši o e leng gore o tshwantse o patelwa ge o ka tlhaga lekulebue o ya Malesa ebile o ba tlo boelwa ke tšhelete ya go lekana 3 million ya diranta ka fatshe ga polisi ya nomoro 3001 84417 le gore ka letšatši kgwedi la di-12 April ngwa 2021 molatifatswa o ile a romela go baiša ditokomane kwa FNB life gore yo Joyce Malesa o tlhokofetše ka tsela e sebeng ya tlhatse a latifatsa gore Joyce Malesa o hweditše a tlhokofetše ka gare ga mokhubu kgopelo ye nngwe FNB ile ya e gana mo e leng gore ge nkabe ba ile ba dumela se o be a se bega be ba tla ba ile ba latlhegelwa ke tšhelete ya go lekana 3 million ya diranta mo e leng gore molatifatswa o ba tseba ge ya dira bofora bo gore nnete a se yena Joyce Tsela Malesa ebile yena o ba na le maikemišetšo a go dira gore Joyce Tsela Malesa a bolawe gore yena a kgone go ka boelwa ke tšhelete go ya le ka polisi eo ka molato wa bošupa ke molato wa polao mo e leng gore balatifatswa ka molato mo go latifatswa more ka letšatši kgwedi la di-6 April ngwa 2021 lefelong e le kwa motseng wa Rampuru wa kgauswi le Motsowe seleteng sa Cape Town balatifatswa kgatlhanong le molao ebile ka maikemišetšo ba ile ba tlhola lefu la Navel Magadi motho wa senna o mogolo lefapha la botšhotšhisi le nganga gore molato wa polao o rerilwe ebile balatifatswa ge ba o dira ka maikemišetšo a tee molato wa bo-8 ke molato wa go šitiša tsamaišo ya toka go phethega mo o latifatswang gore ka letšatši kgwedi la o ke molato o latifatswang molatifatswa wa mathomo ka ona fela o latifatswa ka letšatši kgwedi la di-6 tša April ngwa 2021 a nako a wa kgauswi le motse wa Rampuru seleteng sa capital molaofatwa kgatlhanong le molao ebile ka maikemišetšo ao šao ba go fenya tsamaišo ya tuka o ile a bea setupu sa mofu naval maga Botumela ka gare ga tsela e bitswa gore R567 modiro o ke o e leng gore o šitišitše goba o ile wa kwadiša tsamaišo ya tuka o phethe molato wa bo 9 ke molato wa bo manager o latofatšwa molato wa mathomo ka gona o latofatšwa gore ka letšatši kgwedi la dikgwedi tša October 2020 ana mo polokwane goba ga o tshwele polokwane seleteng sa capital molatofatšwa ka maikemišetšo molatofatšwa kgatlhanong le molao ka bofora maikemišetšo ao manager ABSA o ile a botša ABSA gore go na le motho ka gare ga kampane ya gage a bitswa gore naval Makgatho Botumela o e leng gore o nyaka go bula policy ya poloko a dira ka o dira bjalo ka bofora bona bogwe a dira gore ABSA Life e bule policy ya poloko ya tšhelete ya go lekana 100,000 ka fase ka nomoro ya policy 6635163112 a tswela pele le go botša ABSA gore motho o a ngwadišago policy engwe ya nomoro 6635163112 o ngwadišitše yena e noši bjale ka motho o e leng gore o swantše go patola tšhelete ge o ka tlhagapele ka gore yalo ka tšatši la di-12 tša April molatofatšwa o ile a romela o baiša ditokomane kwa ABSA Life tša gore yo naval Botumela o tlhokofetše ka tsela e sebeng ya tlhago e fela ABSA ya gana popelo e a itsentšitšeo ya go lefelwa tšhelete mo e leng gore e nkabe ba ile ba dumela go lefa tšhelete be ba tlabe ba ile ba latlhegelwa ka tšhelete ya go lekana 200,000 ya diranta mo e leng gore molatofatšwa ge a dira bofora o be a tseba gore nnete naval Makgatho Botumela a kgone go ka tsenela kontraka efe kapa efe ka baka la gore o ba ne bofoko tikologo molato wa 10 ke molato mo e leng gore molatofatšwa wa mathomo o latofatšwa ka bosenyi ba bomenetša o latofatšwa gore ana kwa letšatšing kgwedi la di 7 tša February 2020 lefelong polokwane wa gašo polokwane seleteng sa capital molatofatšwa kgatlhanong le molao ka bofora ebile maikemišetšo e le go manager First National Bank goba FNB gore o na le motho kwa kampaneng ya gage ba reng ke naval Makgatho Botumela o e leng gore o nyako bula policy ya poloko ka gore yalo bofora ba ge ba tlhola gore FNB Life e bule policy ya poloko e leng gore e tlo lefa tšhelete ya go lekana 63,000 ya diranta ka fase ya nomoro F15578070 le gore motho wo a bulago policy ye o ngwadisitše yena a enoši bjale ka motho e leng gore o swantše go lefelwa tšhelete ge o ka tlhagile ka gore yalo ka di-10 tša April 2021 molatofatšwa o ile a iša gore romela ditokomane kwa kampaneng ya FNB gore yo naval Botumela o tlhokofetše ka tsela e sebeng ya tlhago se e leng gore se ile ka dira gore FNB Life e patele tšhelete ya go lekana 126,000 ya diranta ka gare ga account ya banka ya FNB ya Rachel Raisitša Shokane mo e leng gore seo se ile sa tlhola gore First National Bank Life ilanhlelo ithelete yolekana 126,000 rand ge molafatwa a dira go fura gore a tseba gabotse gore nnete yo naval magadi a kgone go ka tsenela kontraka efe kapa efe ka baka la gore o ne thata ba kgopolo molato wa bo 11 ke molato wa bo meneta mo go latlhatswa o Rachel Price tsa Rachel Kutume shokana gore ka letsatsi kgwedi la di 3 tsa March 2020 ana mo polokwane o ba ga fulufelo la polokwane sebetsa sa ke yo molato kgatlhanong le molao ka mokgwa bofora maikemišetšo e go manager Holland Life Insurance even company gore o na le motho ka company ya gage ba reng ke naval magadi yo a nyaka go bula policy ya poloko ka gore yalo bofora ba ge ba tlhola company ya Holland ya insurance e bule policy ya tšhelete ya bokana 63,000 rand ka fase ga nomoro 1571564 le gore motho o we a bolao policy yeo ya poloko o ngwadišitše yena a e noši bjale ka motho e mo tshwantsodifela tšhelete ge o ka tlhagadile ka tšatši ka di-9 tša April 2021 molafatšwa a romela baiša motho a gola gore yo naval Kutume o kgokofetše ka tsela e sebeng ya tlhalo se e leng gore se ile sa dira gore Holland e patele tšhelete ya go lekana 63,000 rand ka gare account ya Raisetša Rachel Shokane e beng account ya banka ya Absa mo e leng gore seo se ile sa tlhola yona Holland e latlhegelwa ke tšhelete ya go lekana 63,000 rand mo e leng gore molafatwa a šala a foretša Holland gore a tseba gore nnete naval magadi a kgone go ka tsenela kontraka efe kapa efe ka baka la go ba le bothata ba kgopolo ka molato wa botlhano ke molato wa bomedi mo go lafatwa wa botrade
Mr. According to the number of petitions, I realize that all accused are being and the charges were clearly written out in the state for the accused to be appraised of the charges faced. May I find out from the defense, seeing that the interpreter is just reading the charges that has already been read by the state, whether we should still allow indicate that the interpreters proceed interpreting as they are, or whether you will be in a position to explain their issues, or have you explained them the charges that they are facing?
Please, Your Worship, we have explained the accused through consultation this morning after we have been favored with the additional charges. We had the discussion.
So what is your view? Should the interpreter could proceed to interpret all of them, save for the public prosecutor has already given the details of the charges which the accused?
Your Worship, it might not be for the accused, but it might be for the gallant. But the accused, they know what they are facing.
Thank you. Then, Mr. Interpreter, proceed with the interpretation.
molato wa botlhano ke molato wa bomenetša mo e leng mo molato wa Raisetša Rachel Kutume Shokane gore ka letsatsi kgwedi la di 15 tsa Julae 2019 ana mo polokwane o ba ga polokwane sebeteng sa Capricorn molato wa kgatlhanong le molao ka bofora maikemišetšo e le go menetša a supo o ile a tsena kupelo ya gore yena o na le maluka a o ka bulela naval magatu dumela policy ya leku ka baka la bomenetsa bongwe a dira gore a support e bule policy ya leku le le ka tlhago ka tsela e sebeng ya tlhaba a ke ngwadisa jale ka motho e mongwe e o ka tlhaga leku a patole tšhelete ya lekana 62,000 ya diranto ka fatseng ga nomoro ya policy AL 19000001570175 le gore ka tsatsi la ditlhao tša April ngwaga 2021 molafatšwa o ile a iša goba romela ditokomane kwa a supa gore yo naval magatu o botlhokofetse ka mokgwa e morasi wa tlhago a latofatša gore yo naval magatu dumela ba mokgweditše a rapaletse tseleng ka tšatši la di-20 tša April ngwaga 2021 a Super Life ile ya tsentšha ka accounting ya raite tša arshokane ya ABSA tšhelete ya go lekana 124,000 ya diranta ka go bjalo ya ba a Super la tšhelete ke tšhelete ya go lekana 124,000 ya diranta mo e leng gore ka nako e molatofatšwa a dira bofurago o be a tseba ka botse gore nnete ge a šala a bula policy ye maikemišetšo a gage e be le go dira gore molato moko a bolago gore yena a kgone go boelwa ke tšhelete e leng gore e patela gabedi ge motho a tlhokofetse ka tsela e sebeng ya tlhago molato wa bo 13 ke molato wa polao mo e leng gore balatofatšwa ka moka balatofatšwa ka molato o latofatšwa gore ka letšatši kgwedi la di-1 tša August ngwaga 2021 a nako wa go ba kgauswi le motho wa mmotong seleteng sa ketlo balatofatšwa kgatlhano le molao ebile ka maikemišetšo ba ile ba tlhola lekgola Maphari Ephraim Thusi motho wa senna o mogolo lefapha la botšhotšhisi le tlo nganga gore polao ye e rerilwe pele e ka dirwa ebile balatofatšwa ba e dirile ka maikemišetšo a tee molato wa bofotsi wa bomenetša mo o latofatšwago raisetša Rachel Kudumelashokana gore ka letšatši kgwedi la di-14 tša Mei ngwaga 2021 ana mokolokwane wa kgauswi le seokwane seleteng sa Capricorn molatofatšwa kgatlhano le molao ka tsela ya bofora maikemišetšo e le go menetša Standard o ile a re yena o na le maloka a o ka wa go tšela policy ya poloko a tšela Maphari Ephraim Thusi ka bofora bogwe ba gage a dira gore Standard se bule policy ya poloko a ngwadiša bjale ka mokgweleng gore o swantse go lefela tšhelete a e noši ge o ka tlhaga lefu ba bula policy ya tšhelete ya go lekana 100,000 ka fase ga nomoro ya FUN 001880811 ka letsatsi la di-12 tša August ngwaga 2021 molatofatšwa a romelwa ba ešeditše komane kwa Standard gore Maphari Ephraim Thusi o tlhokofetse ka tsela e sebeng ya tlhago a dira gore ba mokgweditše a rapale strateng Standard Bank ka gore yalo ya tsentšha tšhelete ya go lekana 200,000 ya diranta ka gara akhaonto ya raisetša Arshokane ya Standard Bank ka gore yalo Standard Bank sa latlhegela ke tšhelete ya go lekana 200,000 mo e leng gore molatofatšwa a šala dira bofora bo wa tseba gore nnete ge a šala a bula policy ya poloko maikemišetšo a gage e be e le go dira gore molatofatšwa a bolago gore yena a kgone go ka boela molato wa bofefedi wa bomenetša go latofatšwa raisetša Rachel Kudumelashokana mo o latofatšwa gore gana kwa letšatši mokgwedi la di-1 September 2017 lefelo e be polokwane wa kgauswi seleteng sa Capricorn yena molafatwa kgatlana le molao ka go fura maikemišetšo e go manager Holland Life Insurance o ile a re yena o na le maloka o ka tšeela maphari Ephraim Thuši policy ya poloko ka lebaka la go fura ba gagwe a dira bona Holland Life Insurance e bule policy ya tšhelete ya go lekana 75,000 ya diranta a ke ngwadisa bjale ya motho e lengwe o swanetse go lefelwa yena tšhelete e o ka tlhaga nomoro ya policy e le 14169576 ka di-5 January 2021 a romela wa ešhelete komane kwa bona life insurance a bega gore yo maphari Ephraim Thuši o tlhokofetse ka tsela e sebeng ya tlhago ka gore ba mo goditse a rapaletse ya khude strategy ka di-12 tša August 2021 ke ge Holland e tsentšha tšhelete ya go lekana 980,309 accountong ya Raisitša R Shokan ya Capital ka gore yalo ba latlhegelwa ke tšhelete yengwe ba Holland mo e leng gore molafatwa ge a šala a dira boforabo o be a tseba gore nnete yena o bula policy ya poloko maikemišetšo e le go netefatša gore molafatwa mohu wa bolawa gore yena a kgona go boela molato wa bo 16 wa bolawa mo e leng gore ba lafatwa ka moka ba lafatwa ka molato mo lafatwa go ka letšatšipedi la 14 September 2022 ana kwa motse wa motho ba kgauswi le motsuwe magofe seleteng sa Capricorn ba lafatwa kgatlhanong le molao le ka maikemišetšo ba tlhotse lekgola Jacob Petros ya Kamela motho wa senna wa mogolo lefapha la botšhotšhisi le tlomana gore polao ye pele e dirwa e rerilwe ebile ba lafatwa be ba e dira ka maikemišetšo a tiro molato wa bosebetsi o lafatwa Raisitša Rachel Shokane gore yena o be a nyaka go fenyoga go šitiša tsamaiso ba tshepedišo ya tuka mo o lafatwa gore ka letšatši kgwedi la di 14 tša September 2022 kwa Magofe kgauswi goba motseng wa Mmutlung seleteng sa Capricorn molafatwa kgatlhanong le molao ebile maikemišetšo e le go šitiša tuka wa tsamaiso ya tuka o ile a tšea setopo sa mohu Jacob Petros ya Kamela a se beya lefelong la go latlhelwa bona ditlakana ka go dira bjalo ya ba šitiša tsamaiso ya tuka go phethela molato wa bo 18 kwa bomenetša o lafatwa Raisitša Rachel Shokane ka ona molato mo o lafatwa ka letšatši kgwedi la 28 2022 ana mo polokwaneng wa gago polokwane seleteng sa Capricorn molafatwa kgatlhanong le molao ebile ka go fura maikemišetšo e le go manager FNB Life gore ke yena Masepe Damaris Leb ka gore yalo a tsentšha kgopelo ya go bulelwa policy ya lekgole le ka mokgwa o sebeng wa tlhago ka baka la go fura go ya FNB e bule policy ya lefu la go sebela tlhago bophelong ba David Siakame a ikemišeditše go ka boelwa ke tšhelete ya go lekana 1,500,000 ya diranta policy e bue nomoro le CP 30024316 ka tšatši la 28 tša September 2022 o ile a išala go bona ditokomane kwa FNB Life gore yo David Siakame o tlhokofetse ka mokgwa e leng gore a se wa tlhago a bega gore yo David Siakame ba mo kgoditše ka kgwedi a rapaletse strategy e fela FNB ya gana go patela kgopelo ya gage nkabe ba patele be ba tlabe ba ile ba latlhelela tšhelete ya go lekana 1,500,000 ya dirham mwezi wa mnafatwa shala za kufuraho wazi wao remiti asiena Damaris Sinebe ibi maikemishe twa ibele wo mu David Sekam abula wengore na pone welwa echelete polisi yetu malatua 19 kwa kulao mwezi mwa barafatwa kama ngawa wale wabarafu barafatwa kama unafatwa kwa kata tipu ilida date in April mwaka 2024 anapa mungu wa kausini kwa sisi takatifu barafatwa kata na unemo la wale kama kimishe tubaile watu wala tu la kutima timu mtatu mutwa sinna omu le papala ututisi le nganga kula oye irreversibly ikadirwa ivide wanafatwa bila seka makimisho hati mu latu wa 20 unafatwa wa kuijua bararu kaona kimo latu wa ushumisha wa mwela wa kweitwa kunale tutuwa hapa yeno mori itwa u midiro ya usilimu la u unafatwa wori ana kwa na kum wa matatinga hadi tetu ya uteki wanta utuwa mwa 2019 anamo ulikuwa na wakasuru kwa nisilinsa ketu wala tufatwa katano lemu la ule kama ikimishi tuzaile wa tumisha uwa wa twala tutu wa pali ye ilumore nibazi bagabuzuwa bakanjuwa baziwa uri itwa umidro ya usini ibe nchelete ya ulikana 100,000 ya dirham nifapala ututisibuto mangakala uri kari na kukamuka bala nifatwa ebadrase bebasidira ukhetha jamrelo oti Malaflor 21 ki malatu wa likao kutisha chelete ye lumuri kwelipeka zila ya usibi mulawo mwula fadwa wori anakwa madatingali kiu ya uteki wanja utuwa mwa 2019 mokulukwani uwa kauswi le kulukwani zitisa keku barafatwa kama ngawale wa barawa batilele khatano nimula wile kama kimishi bati barabu ba bomene lefapha la bothusi le tlo nganga gore ka dinako ka moka baratufatswa ba dira se be ba tsweletša pele morero o motse molato wa 24 ke molato wa amogela go šomiša le go kwetšwa ba tshwere phatlo e leng gore e tšwa go mediro ya bosenyi mo baratufatswa gore ka di-13 tša oktoba ngwaga 2022 gana mogolokwane seteking sa kekutlo baratufatswa kgatlhano le molao ebile ka maikemišetšo ba ile ba amogela go šomiša buša wa baswara phatleleng tšhelete ya go lekana 60,000 rand ba tseba ga botsuwa ba tshwanetse ba tseba gore tšhelete e e tšwa mo mediro ya bosenyi lefapha la botšhotšhisi le tlogama gore ka dinako ka moka baratufatswa ba dira se be ba tsweletša morero o motsei pele molato wa 25 ke molato mo e leng gore baratufatswa ka moka baratufatswa ka moka wa go leka go tšhelete e leng gore e feditswe ka tsela ya go se le molaong go ratufatswa ka dipedi tsa go tloa ngwaga ana mo polokwane seteking sa kekutlo baratufatswa kgatlhanong le molao ebile ka maikemišetšo ba tseba ga botsuwa ba tshwanetse ba tseba gore tšhelete ya go lekana 200,000 ya diranta ke karolo ya mediro ya bosenyi e leng bomenedi mo e leng gore baratufatswa wa mathomo ka diripa-ripa o ile a tšea tšhelete ye a e lokela ba e romela ka diakhaonteng tša tše dingwe tša dibanka go tswa mo a e lokela ba e romela diakhaonteng tša dibanka tša molatufatswa wa bobedi wa boraro tšhelete ka moka na bona baratufatswa ba e šomišitse go reka dilo ba ka go dira bjalo ba thuša wa ba kgontšha molatufatswa wa mathomo tšhelete e leng gore e kgweditswe ka baka la go dirwa ga bosenyi ba bomenedi lefapha la botšhotšhisi le tlo nganga gore ka dinako ka moka baratufatswa ba dira se be ba phethagatša morero o tee molato wa 26 ke molato wa polao mo e leng gore baratufatswa ka moka ba ratufatswa ka bosenyi go ratufatswa gore ka letsatsi 24 tša Mei ngwaga 2019 a nako a Forgeville goba tseleng ya Forgeville e beng sebokeng seleteng sa sedibeng baratufatswa kgatlhanong le molao ebile ka maikemišetšo ba ile ba tshwara lefu la Stradom Raider motho wa senna go mogolo lefapha la botšhotšhisi le tlo nganga gore polao ya mohu e rerilwe pele e ka dirwa ebile baratufatswa be ba dira se ka morero o tee molato wa bo 27 ke molato wa bomenetša mo e leng gore o ratufatswa ana raesitša sokane fela ka bona bosenyi o ratufatswa gore ka letšatši la 19 tša March ngwaga wa 2019 a nako a sebokeng goba gaufi le sebokeng seleteng sa sedibeng molatufatswa kgatlhanong le molao ka mokgwa bofolo maikemišetšo e le go menetša FNB Life o ile a re ke yena molekane wa Stradom Raider ka gore bjalo a dira gore FNB Life e bule policy ya lefu le ka tlhago ka tsela e sebeng ya tlhago ya tšhelete ya go lekana 1,500,000 ya diranta ka fase ya nomoro CP 30012617 ka tšatši la 27 tša Mei ngwaga 2019 yena molatufatswa ana raesitša sokane o ile a iša gore romela ditokomane kwa FNB Life gore yena bjale ka molekane wa Stradom Raider a patelwe tšhelete kuyaleka polisi ifela FNB ile yakana ya ititi moyo ngore ekabe ba dumetse ba taba ba ile ba la kene ba ditšhelete le kaleka nao 1,500,000 ya diranta moyo ngore molafatwa a šala dira bofurao o ba tseba gore netting a se ena molekane wa freedom rated ebile a se ba nyalana e ka ba ka se goba ka mokgwa o mongwe molato wa bo 28 wa bomene mo e leng gore o latofatswa a na raisitsa tlhokane ka ona o latofatswa ka tsatsi la dithuta e a na kwa sebokeng o ba kgauswe le sebokeng seleteng sa sebokeng o latofatswa kgatlhanong molao ka tsela ya bofura maikemišetšo e le go manage old mutual even company ya insurance o boletse gore ke ena molekane wa freedom rated ka gore yalo a dira gore old mutual e bole policy ya lekgole le kakang ka tsela tse e gore a se tsa tlhago ya tšhelete ya go lekane 1 million ya diranta ka fase ka nomoro ya 1806708 ka tsatsi la 27 tša Mei ngwaga 2019 o le a tsetšha o ba romela ditokomane kwa old mutual a bega gore yena bjale ka molekane wa freedom rated a patele tšhelete e fela old mutual ile ya ganana le kgopelo ya itsedi mo e leng gore nkabe ba ile ba dumela be ba tabe ba ile ba gafelelwa ke tšhelete ya lekana 1 million ya diranta mo e leng gore molafatwa a šala dira bofurao o ba tseba gore nnete a se yena molekane wa freedom rated ebile yena le freedom rated a ba nyalana molato wa bo 29 o sa latofatswa yena a na rašetša tlhokana e noši ka molato mo o latofatswang gore ka tšatši la di-1 tša April ngwaga 2019 a nafa sebokeng seleteng sa sebile molatofatswa kgatlhanong le molao ka mokgwa o bofura maikemišetšo e le go menetša go latlai o ile a botša go latlai ke ena molekane wa freedom rated o nyaka moaletša policy se e leng se sa dira gore Golat Life e bule policy ya lekgolo le kakang ka mokgwa o leng gore se wa tlhago ya tšhelete ya go lekana 75,000 ya diranta ka fase ga nomoro ya 1514504 ka di 7 tša Mei ngwaga 2019 o ile a romela baiša ditokomane kwa Golat a bega gore yena bjale ka molekane wa freedom rated freedom raters o tlhokofetse ka mokgwa o seng wa tlhago ka o dira bjalo a dira gore Golat Life e patele tšhelete ya go lekana 75,000 ka re account ya ge ya yena a na raisitša tlhokana tšhelete ye e patetše ka 25 tša July ngwaga 2019 ka gore yalo Golat Life ya lahlegelwa ke yona tšhelete ya 75,000 ranta ya diranta ka baka la bone mo e leng gore molatofatswa ge a šala dira bofura wa tseba gabo gore a se ena molekane wa freedom rated ebile a batsebe ke nyalana molato wa 30 There are no numbers that you can try to do something. Unajua update molato e leng gore balatfatswa ka boraro wa bona balatfatswa ka molato gore ka tšatši la 27 tša June go tloga ka tšatši la 27 tša June ya go tšatši la 26 tša July ngwaga 2019 a mokgwa le dirisa teko barafatwa khatana le molao le ka maikemišetšo ba tseba ka botse goba ba tshwanetse ba tseba gore tšhelete tsa lekana to 174,929.95 ke ditšhelete tša go ba karolo goba tša go tšwa bosenyeng goba dilo tše dingwe gore mediro e leng gore a e molaong e beng go manager mo e leng gore molafatso wa bobedi o ile ka diripa tše dinnyane a tšea tšhelete a e lopelo ba e romela go di-account tša tše dingwe tša dibanka go tšwa mo a e romela ka gare a di-account tša dibanka tša molafatso wa mathomo lo a boraro mo e leng gore ka moka balafatso ba ba ile ba šomiša tšhelete le go reka tša kopana ka gore yalo ba kgontšha ba thuša molafatso wa mathomo tšhelete e leng gore e kgweditšwe ka lebaka la go dirwa ka bosenyi ba go manage lefapha la botšhotšhisi tlo nganga gore balafatso ba e ba šala ba dira bosenyi bo ka dinako ka moka be ba tšweletša maikemišetšo goba morero o tee molato wa go 31 ke molato wa polao mo
which was not for purposes of trial on the merits of the charges.
Se va a direla bakeng la kgopelo ya go lokolwa ka pelo ya go dumelwa ke kgoro se ka molato le le kante e sebeng gore molato wa sekwa ka dira.
Further, the state has indicated that all accused are facing Schedule 6 offense.
Go tswela pele mo lefapha la botšhotšhisi le bontšhitše gore melato e le latfatšwago ka yona e dira gore kgopelo e ya lena ya beile e wele ka legorong la botshela.
And therefore, before your defense counsel can take you through bail application, the court has to inform you of the provision of Section 60, subsection 11A of the Criminal Procedure Act as amended.
Ka gore yalo pele go tswela pele kgoro e tshwanetse le tsebiše se karolo ya 60 motho wa 11 e se bolelao ke go tswa molaong wa go laola tshepedišo ya tsheko ya melato ya bosenyi.
In other words, in this application for bail, the court must be convinced that there are exceptional circumstances that apply to all accused, and which, if proven, perhaps the accused may be entitled to bail.
Se ra gore pele kgoro e ka fitlhelela sephetho sa gore e ka lokolla banafatwa go seka molato ba e ka ntle ka pele o tshwanetse o ba o ile a tsweletsa mabaka a e leng gore a ikgetše a kgoro e ka bonang a kgatlha toka gore le ka lokolla la seka molato leno.
In other words, the onus is on you to prove that indeed there are exceptional circumstances, which if considered by this court, you may be granted.
Ka gore ya maikarabelo a mo go lena go bontšha kgoro ye gore ka nnete go na le mabaka ao a ikgethilego a e leng gore a ka kgatlha toka gore lena le feleletse le dumelelwa go seka molato leno.
And in order to prove those exceptional circumstances, you have the right to give the evidence under oath, after which you may as well call witnesses to come and give evidence for them.
Ka gore ya o tsentšha kgopelo ya lena le na le tokelo ya go ka dira seo ka o ya ka lekotsing la go fa botlhatsi mo e leng gore le tlo ikana ka morago le lerata le ka no bitsa le ditlhatsi gore le bona ba tle ba tlo ditlhatsi go thekga kgopelo ya lena ya go.
You are further informed that if you elect to give evidence under oath, you may be subject to cross-examination by the state, and the court will ask some few questions.
Le a tsebišwa gape gore le ka kgetha go ya ka lekotsing la go fa botlhatsi la fa botlhatsi le le ka gona ka morago wa ikana lefapha la botšhotšhisi le tlo fiwa sebaka sa go le botšiša dipotšišo e le gobane dipotšišo mabapi le se le karone sepoledi le kgoro le yona e ka no botšiša ge e bona go na le tlhokego.
You may also call witnesses to come and give evidence on your behalf on this day.
Le ka no bitsa le ditlhatsi gore di tle di fe botlhatsi ka tong la lena kgopelong ye ya go lokololwa ke kgoro.
And such witnesses, if they testify still, they may be subjected to cross-examination by the state, and the court may as well ask questions.
Ditlhatsi tše bue le ka di bitsa le tšona ka morago ga go fa botlhatsi di ka no botšišwa dipotšišo ke lefapha la botšhotšhisi go ba kgoro.
And further, you are advised that instead of testifying under oath or orally, as you are legally represented, the defense counsel may prepare affidavit in support of your bail application.
Le tsebišwa gape gore le ka no kgetha go tšweletša kgopelo ya lena ka go se fe botlhatsi la ka ge le na le baemedi ba moemedi a le thuša go katiša affidavit e leng gore e tlabe e le yona ye thekgago kgopelo ya lena ya go lokolwa ka pele.
Even thus, if you have elected to hand in court affidavit in support of your bail application, you still have the right to call witnesses to come and testify.
Le ga le ka kgetha gore lena a le tlo fa botlhatsi ka bo lena le tlo tsentšha kgopelo ka mokgwa wa go gatiša affidavit e leng gore tlo fiwa kgoro ka morago wa moo le ka no bitsa ditlhatsi gore di tle le tsona di fe botlhatsi ba go thekga kgopelo ya lena.
You are further advised that if you elect to testify under oath and you make admissions in a bail application, and this admission relates to the main trial that is likely going to be preferred against you, arising from the charges that have been preferred by the state, such an admission may be used in the trial of the merits of the charges.
Ntho mo le tsebišwang yona gore ye le ka kgetha go fa botlhatsi Elifa Butatsi, Avalete, Melao, Tao, Tamela, and I did that for the daily last photo of Gajon. Or Avalete that for the daily moving or like women. Same with a Sikata Sa Shumishwa, Katanon, Delena, Mosham, or La Tuya Sepo.
Now, do you understand the explanation that I've given to yourself, start with accused number 1?
Talusoyeki feeling on a decision. The Araba, Tomagamma for Tomato. Yes, I understand.
Accused number 2?
Not for those. Yes, I understand.
Accused number 3?
Not for those. Yes, I understand.
Thank you. State?
Your guys have already indicated we are opposed and we are ready to proceed.
Advocate Patui, accused may be seated in the meantime.
The government numbers, who said that I have to for robbery. Balagan Fafala, Mushovala, they Alena Gabe, the cannot well agree. The government will be too well.
As the court places your worship, we are ready to proceed to the bail application of section 60. We are not the worship. And by doing so, we'll proceed by way of evidence being reported. The purpose being that the court should have regard to understand the veracity of the charges that will be brought, and we discussed the same with the accused. And your worship, accused number 1, I have approached the court.
Advocate Delegam Wava, or you were not able to do that with a feeling. Capelo Yao, Wava, second Latin, but all the Avias, or a Fatwa, a Cooper, but then I got posting now for our country. After we can't go now, but to the now campaign. Talusuyu, vai file develop Fatwa, Pushi, Banyaga or Hey, would have been similar to the economy which you have editor.
State, the court will not as well serve as a timekeeper. When you realize the need of the government or reliable.
We'll keep the time for the court to
Defense, you can always.
As the court places.
Thank you. Witness, what are your full names?
Kudumela Raisija Rachel.
Do you have any objection in taking a prescribed oath?
No objection.
Will the prescribed oath bind you at your conscience?
If
you have no objection, raise up your right hand and swear so help you God. The witness is duly sworn in.
Court places, Your Worship. Rachel, can you confirm that you are resident at 508 Chide at Amatala according to the charge sheet that has been read before this?
508
508 Chide Amatala, yes.
Sorry, Anna,
Number 508 Glow Amatlan.
It's number 508 Glow Amatan.
And That you are a South African citizen, is that correct?
Loro wena umudi wana ya Afrika.
Eh,
And how old are you?
Unale miwami
43.
I'm 43.
And are you married?
Nye.
Eh, ke nyetswe.
Yes, I am.
And when did that marriage take place?
Lenyalo le le diragetše.
Nyetswe ka 2020 ka August. Ga ke sa le sure ka date.
It was on, in 2020, the August month. I'm not certain of the exact day.
Which year?
Maomo,
Okay, let's remember.
2020.
the year 2020.
And in that marriage relationship, how many children were born out of that?
Utswa lenyalong le bana ba twenty ba bakae o bele gore bana ba bakae utswa lenyalong la gago
A ke kwešiše bana ba ka moka ore bana ba utswa lenyalo a ke
I
kwešiše.
don't understand. Are you referring to all my children or the children that were born out of the net?
All the children.
Bana ka mo
Ke na le bana ba batlhano.
I have 5 children.
And their age.
Mengwaga ya bona
Wa mathomo
ka o mogolo.
wa mathomo na le 27 ke ngwanyana. Wa bobedi o na le 12 ke mošimane. Wa boraro 12 ke mošimane. Wa boraro o na le 10 ke ngwanyana. Wa bone o na le 8 ke ngwanyana. Wa mafelelo o na le 3 ke mošimane.
The first born child is 27 years old and a female. The second one is 12 years old and it's a boy, male. The third one is 10 years old, a female girl. The fourth one is 8 years old, a female girl. The third one is the last one, the fifth one is 3 years old and is a boy or a male.
And the 27-year-old, I might be correct if I say is the accused number 3 in this matter.
O wa me wa 27 ke tla be ke bolela nnete ke re ke yena a molafatso wa boraro.
Eh, ke nnete.
That is correct.
And is it also a common cause that you were employed as a police sergeant? That's not around.
Ke ntho e leng gore e a tsebeya e ngangetšwe gore o be o thotse bjale ka lephodisa rank ya ya sergeant ka mo sepodiseng sa Afrika Borwa o šomela kwa Semabana.
Eh, jwang.
That is true.
Can you tell this court which year or in which year you did pass out as a policeman?
O ka re botsa gore na o ateile neng kwa tlhatlhong ya go ba lephodisa.
Ke passile out ka 2006 December.
In the month of December 2006.
And you went straight to Sunavara as a policeman.
Utwa mo we nyale na wa tri kwa Semabana.
Awa.
No.
Can you tell the court your movements up until you reach Sunavara?
Well, o ka re botsa disciplo o ka mo sepodise wa o fitlhela o ke kwetsa o le Semabana.
Ke tsenetse Polokwane ka 2007 ka dia field training and probation. 2008
Apple training.
field training and probation.
Okay. I started at Polokwane in the year 2007, where I was doing field training and induction.
2008 ka movela SAPS Matala as my permanent station.
In 2008, I moved to SAPS Matara. This was to be my permanent station.
2023 ka movela Snobarwana ka cross transfer.
In 2023, I moved to Sinobarwana as a result of the cross transfer.
And where you were arrested at the moment?
Yes, I was arrested. Wow.
And you wrote a valid South African ID, is that correct?
Unale pasa ya mono Africa bova ye lumori e mulawo.
Kenalio.
Yes.
Do you have a passport?
Unale passport?
Awu.
No.
And do you have relatives outside the borders of South Africa?
Ana unale meluku ya renu ye lumori e pedala kante la menwane Africa bova.
Awu.
No.
And do you have a private fire?
Unale Chunya says Sibeng Samuel.
Awu.
No.
Fine, let's go to the issue of the investigation and the charges upon you. And I hope it's common cause that you had the public prosecutor when you raised the charges before you, is that correct?
Well, are you in Jamila Kayo? The Tepawori, what they are, we can away, Mutusi, Avala, that Fatola,
Can you tell this court when did you first know or discover that you are being investigated by the police?
Uga Rudana, no worry. Ufumile or Lemurane, worry, Mapolisa, Ona Sebastian Shao Kawe.
Le Lorengas be accurate the date il do di maranga estimate.
Even though I may not be accurate in terms of dates, months, but I can estimate.
To estimate?
Very estimate.
Getomile o tseba around February this year.
I started knowing around February this year.
I gra a call from Sergeant Mabula. Mabula. Sergeant Mabula. Investigating officer ko SAPS Matlal.
This was when I received a call from Sergeant Mabula, who is an investigating officer attached to Matala.
Ibele I owe more case in Naval Kutumel.
He was also the investigating officer in the case of Naval Kutumel.
Well, Oro and Tushaka the document bad insurance for Badinyak.
He is the one who was assisting me with the documents that were required by the insurance.
Phone Jampucha or Nalvatva Absar regular one.
He called or contacted me and asked me what me and the APSA people are doing or how are we doing.
Kamajarazanga Bapatela Barili claim each year we show for further investigation.
And I even told him that they did not pay the claim. They said that the claim has been referred or sent for further investigation.
Aranare Kikumana call from Captain Govin.
He then said to me, I received a call from Captain Govin.
Organized crime.
From organized crime.
Oh, Kira or now why docket is Waliches inquest.
They said Captain Govin explaining why the docket was closed this week.
Arase I further into details. Surely Bakopane or Aspach. I guess one Aspach ranke.
He did not go, he said he did not go into further details. He just said they must meet an Aspach. I don't know what Aspach.
And then yeah, fella mu wazanga we on naga feedback.
The matter ended there. He did not come back To me, it was 3 days.
le nna ka e tlogela.
I left this.
Then go a gomola around June
Do my work.
ngwagane wa 2024.
It was quiet from there onwards. Then around June this year,
Mara ka tseba gore go ra gore investigation ya ABSA e na le maphodisa ka mogare.
however, I then knew or realized that it means the ABSA investigation also involves the police.
And then go gomoje wa ba June this year.
Things were quiet until June this year.
And then I got a call from lady Mangaka. Mangaka lady.
I received a call from Manga.
Ke Butianuku.
He's Nobu's brother.
Proceed.
Amboja gore o khumane call ba re gona le batho ba batang ba monyaka.
He told me that he received a call. He was told that there are people who come looking for him.
Amboja gore o ba emetse o ta kwa gore ba nyaka eng ba motse gore ke batho ba ABSA.
He told me that he will wait and hear what they want. He also told me that these are people from ABSA.
And then later on we are going to feedback.
Later he came back to me with feedback.
Amboja gore batho ba le ba fithile.
He told me that those people came.
E be le batho ba ABSA ba na le maphodisa.
There were people from ABSA together with the police.
Ba botšia ka legola noko.
They were asking about the death of Nuku.
Mara ena le bona a se ba fetse ga botse.
He said, however, himself and them did not end things well.
Because ba be ba mo channela ba nyaka ba araba ka moggo bona ba nyakang ka gona.
Because they were channeling him, they wanted him to respond the way they wanted him to.
Ena
If I may interject, I want to find out as to whether the ABSA forensic department and the police, do you know those police people who attend or who met with Nobu's brother?
Well, ingawa zenanyana watu waba ABSA baonyakishisha le mapolisa waziba mapolisa.
o rile a se a kgone go tshwara maina a bona.
He said he was unable to trust their name.
And can you sometimes tell this court it was during which month? July, June?
E be le ka
Ukaro ucha wana itanaje belitra la police.
e be le ka June this year.
It was in June this year.
You may proceed.
After that,
And then a re o ba referetse gae
he then said he referred them home
ko extension 71.
at extension 71.
A re batla khumana batho gana mola maybe ba ka kgona go ba araba.
And he told those people that they will find people there, maybe those people will answer them.
And then later ka khumana call go tswa go Mpho.
Later, I received a call from Mpo.
Ke yang sister wa Sydney.
Mpo is the younger sister of Sydney.
Amboja gore se se re itšhele ke bile le baeng mo mosegareng.
She told me that Sister Rachel, I had visitors in the afternoon.
Ba rile ba tswa from the insurance company ba tsamaya le maphodisa.
They said they are coming from insurance companies. They were in the company of the police.
Ba nyaka go tseba gore na since Noko a tlhokofala maphodisa a ile ata ka mo gae ba botšha gore na go diega eng go ba gona le maphodisa a ile ata ba ba update ka case gore na case e tsamaya kae na.
She said that they asked whether since the death of Nambu occurred, did the police ever come to the home to inquire about other things or to update the family?
A ba botša gore gona maphodisa a ile ata.
She told them that no police came.
gore ba motšhia ka ngwana gore na noko be a na le ngwana na.
She further said that they asked about a child. They asked whether Nonku had a child.
A ba araba gore ye ngwana o gona.
She responded by saying yes, there is a child.
A re fera go accused number 3 e leng firstborn ya ka.
She was referring to accused number 3, who is my firstborn.
Gore ba ba botša gore na bophelo bo buang between bona.
She then said that they asked how is life or relations between them.
Then ba ba botša gore ba phela is normal ka bjalo ka ragadi le ngwana abuti. E no ba bophelo a gona anything ye special.
She responded by saying they have a normal relationship. There is nothing special. They have an aunt, paternal aunt, and niece or nephew relationship.
Aba ba botša ba mmotša gore re ilo tsoša case ela ya Noko. Bona le ka mokgwele gore a re kgotsofale ka gona.
They then told her that we are going to resuscitate, to reinstate that case of Noko. There is something we are not satisfied with.
Naka thong ya ka ya ba go tlika re taba ba old mutual ka gore a zanga ba patela police. Le bona ba mputše gore ba sale under the investigation.
In my mind, I then concluded that it might be the old mutual people because they are the ones who did not pay. They also said that they are still investigating.
Wa homola.
Things went quiet.
Yeah, around August this year.
Around August this year,
Ka humana call from stationing.
I received a call from the station.
HR ba mpotša gore na le Colonel Mameja.
The HR people told me that there is one Colonel Mame
Wa nyaka.
who's looking for me.
Ba nromela number ka WhatsApp.
They then sent me his number via WhatsApp.
Ba mpotša gore o tšwa provincial office.
They told me that he or she is from the provincial.
Ka lona tšatši leue ka mo founela Colonel Mameja.
The very same day I called Colonel Mame.
Ba mpotša gore ba be ba le stationing. Ba sepetše stationing ba motseng wa ka. Ba nyaka.
They told me that they were at the station, they had left the station and are at my home. They are looking for me.
Lebaka ke gore go na le inquiry e le gore e butswe ka lekgola Joyce Malesa.
They then told me that the reason they are looking for me because there is an inquiry that was opened in relation to the death of Joyce Malesa.
Bona ba eta ba tša di-statement gore ba kgone go complete that inquiry. A se bona investigating officer.
So what they are doing is gathering statements so that they can close the inquiry. They are not the investigating.
Ke be ke se mmerekong ebile ke se gona around ke be ke le Pretoria.
I was not at work and I was also not around my home. I was in Victoria.
Ka bolela le bona ge ke gopola o tsebe le Friday ke tsena Saturday fro.
I spoke with them. When I recall well, it was a Friday and I was to report on duty on Saturday morning.
Ra kwana gore re ta communicate letšatši la go bonana ka phone. Mara ka ba botša gore ka Saturday ke ya mmerekong. Ge e le gore ba palela ke Saturday Monday ke mid off. Ba kata.
We then agreed that we will communicate as to the date we will be able to meet. However, they must know that tomorrow is Saturday I will be at work. If they cannot make it to my work place on Saturday, on Monday I'll be off duty. They can come.
And then ke ile mmereko ka Saturday.
I went to work on Saturday.
Ka posiwa gore ko berekela ka Monte.
I was posted to work in the field.
Very
out
good.
of the office.
Okay, before ke ya mowe, the same day ye ke boletše le bo Colonel Mameja, ke receivile call from Sergeant Molopa.
Sergeant Molopa.
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 The same Friday.
The same day, which was a Friday, the day on which I spoke to Colonel Mameja, I also received a call from Sergeant Muluba.
Arana Sergeant Gigrele call from Captain Mabunda.
She told me that Sergeant, I received a call from Captain Mabunda.
O inquire ka sinela kile ka go felesetsa ya lokama mokhukhu iswa.
He is inquiring about the scene or incident in which I accompanied you at Lukam, where a check was paid.
Captain Mabunda ore maphodisa a seshego a re a se a mmone molopa ko sineng.
She said, he or she said that Captain Mabunda says the Seshego police are saying they did not see Sergeant Mulupa at the scene.
So Sergeant Molopa tshwantse fe Captain Mabunda statement sa gore nna ke motogetse kae ge ke ya sineng ko Lokama.
As such, Sergeant Mulupa must make a statement stating where I left Sergeant Mulupa when I went to the scene at Lukam.
Sergeant Molopa mpoja rena le Captain Mabunda ba palelane ka taba statement ka gore yena o sepetile na from station go ya sineng go ba boela mmereko.
He or she then said himself or herself, Sergeant Mulupa and Captain Mabunda ended up not agreeing on things because Sergeant Mulupa told Captain Mabunda that I left he or she left with me in the scene at Lukam.
Yes, if I may interject, I just wanted us to leave it there and deal with the issues or the steps relating to the knowledge that you are being investigated from February. We will deal with that aspect at the time when we deal with each and every count that you are alleged to have been. Fast forward, then when again were you visited by the police, can I say?
Ke grele visit ya Colonel Mameja ka the same Saturday ke boletse le na Friday.
I was visited by Colonel Mameja the same Saturday after the Friday I had spoken to him on.
Really the station 10 relief commander mboja rona le baeng from province banyaka umpona.
When we were doing station 10, the relief commander told me that there are officials from the province, they want to see me.
Aba feel safe ge ke na le sethunya o khopela ke mo fe sethunya.
They do not feel safe if I am armed or possessing a firearm. As such, the relief commander is requested that I give him the firearm.
Ke badile di bullet ka be ya sethunya safe ka mo fa sona a ntjang henda to officer lo ba le Colonel Mameja.
I counted the bullets and took the firearm and gave it to him. He then took me and handed me over to the officials from the state.
Then Colonel Mameja ba tswela pele ka statement sa bona wa ya ka mokhonji ba mpuditse.
Colonel Mameja proceeded with his statement the way he had told,
Ang henda back to relief commander.
and then handed him back to the relief commander.
And then irile maloba mo ka Each date ke tsena first day le tšatši le ke tshwereng ka lona gore
Just recently, when I was reporting on duty on my first day,
ke received a call from Sergeant Nchana. Sergeant Nchana
I received a call from Sergeant Nchana.
a mpotša gore go na le member mo stationing not in uniform mo re nyako go bona
What uniform?
not in uniform.
Oh. He or she then told me that there is a member here at the police station who is not in uniform, who says wants to see.
Ka mo kgopela ra a fe that member phone.
I then asked him to give that member the phone.
A ra nna re kena warrant of samashi go tšwa Madden robbery.
He then told, he or she then told me that he or she is warrant officer Masheu from the murder and robbery.
Ka gore ke be ke kwele gore go na le maphodisa a etang a dia investigation jokefully ka rena ka rena o tlo ntshwara na.
Since I had heard that there are police officers who are investigating me, I then jokingly said, are you here to arrest me?
A ra nna ra wa ke nyako bolela le wena.
The person, the member then said, no, I just want to talk.
Then ya ba gore ke a mo tlhalosetša gore ke tlo fitlhelela ta mmereko but by 7:30 I will be there.
I then told that person that I will arrive at work a bit late, but around 7:30 I will be there.
E ke mmerekong ke ile ka mentality wa gore e sa le investigation.
When I went to work, I went there with the mentality that it is still investigation.
Ke ka mokgwa ke tsebileng ka ona gore ke a nyakišišwa.
That is how I became aware or knew that I'm under investigation.
Yes, can you now take us to the part of the portion of the arrest, how the arrest took place, and how sensational it was?
Kukarisha uru semana ya uswara uru na uswara uru leka mpama uru fitatai.
Ka nnete ke fitlhile 7:30 ko stationeng.
Indeed, I arrived at the station at 7:30.
E ke fetša go phaka koloi go bo go na le another colleague Sergeant Ramaphoko. Hey.
After parking the motor vehicle, there was another colleague, Sergeant Ramapu.
A na le this lady a ke mo tsebe.
He or she was this lady unknown to.
Ge ba be ba tšere dikgang
They were conversing.
ka catch up a voice gore motho a bolelang le dipuo. Voice ya ge ke motho a be a mfounetse a mpotša gore o nkemetse mo stationeng.
As they were conversing, I then recognized the voice and realized that the person talking through the pool is the same person who had called.
Ka continue ka ya ka CSC
I proceeded to the CSC.
ka reporter go relief commander gore ke fitlhile mmerekong.
I reported to the relief commander that I have arrived with.
Relief commander a mpha dikhie tša disele
The relief commander gave me the keys to the cell.
a re ke feletsetse one of the detective a yo tša suspect ka diseleng.
And he said I was accompanying one of the detectives to get a suspect from the cells.
O ya court
The suspect is going to court.
ka ra relief commander ka re no ba re go na le baeng mo stationeng ba nnyaka.
I then said to the relief commander, I was informed that there are visitors here at the police station and they are looking.
A re ena a se ba a tsebe selo
He said he does not know any.
ka procedela ka diseleng le detective Seema.
I proceeded to the cells with Detective Siema.
Detective Seema o tsene a tša suspect
Detective Siema entered the cells and to the suspect.
and then re be re accompany a suspect to the CSC.
We were now accompanying the suspect to the
ke be ke tswere my firearm ka gore ke be ke le ka mo ntena le ka mo gare ke be ke na le my firearm with me.
I was in possession of my firearm
le di key tša di-cell.
and keys to the cell.
Ge ke approacha lebati la CSC ka suspect on my right, ke bona go tšwelela batho ba babedi ba kitima.
As I was approaching the CSC and the suspect was on my right, I then saw two people approaching, running.
E be le batho ba banna.
They were male.
Ka tša gore ke ditsotsi di tlo ntšeela suspect.
I then took it that these are criminals, thieves that are there to take the suspect away.
Wa mathomong approach tša mphušetša leboteng.
The first one approached me and pushed me against the wall.
And then suspect ela ya tšwa through my right, ka se bone gore o feletše kae.
That suspect left through my right. I did not see where the suspect ended.
Ola o mphušetša leboteng o grepa sethunya sa ka.
The one who pushed me against the wall grabbed my firearm.
Because ke na le mind wa gore ke tšelwa suspect ka leka go iša letsogo ke re ke protector firearm.
Because I had the mind that a suspect is being taken away from me,
Ka leka go iša letsogo sethunyeng.
I tried to take my hand to the fire.
A mphušetša lebote gore a kry balance ya ka.
He or she, he pushed me against the wall so that he can get my gun.
Ka mmotšiša gore na go diegang.
I then asked him what is going on.
A ra nna re o tshwerwe.
He then said you are arrested
A ntšha sethunya sela.
and took that fire.
Ge a sa le busy ke theletše gore ke tshwere ya ba go ta o mongwe le yena not in uniform o ntšola kepisi.
Once I was busy trying to listen, another one also approached and took off my cap
A ntšha le direnke,
and
di-rank structure.
also took off my rank
A mpotša gore you are no longer a police officer.
and told me that you are no longer a police.
And then ge o la ntšha direnke o mo a nthena against the wall.
As that other one was taking off my rank structures, the other one turned me against the wall
Ba tšea dikhietšela tša di-cell
and took the cell keys
and then bang handcuff.
and handcuffed.
Ba bona team yane la ba lla ka space gore bona ba na space mola ka gore di-camera di be di thoma go tsena ka kua ka bontši ke bona di-camera di thoma go tsena.
The team that was there was now complaining about not having enough space because cameras were now coming in. There were cameras.
And then ga ba director ko lebating la rena la di-cell la ka Senobarwane.
I then directed them to the door to the cells of our Senobarwane police.
And then ge ke sa eme gana mola being handcuff ke le under their control ke go tšwelela o mongwe le ena a se apare uniform.
When I was, once I was there, handcuffed and under their control, another one that was not in uniform also approached
A ra nna rena ke ya mo tsebana wa ntseba na.
and asked me a question, do you know me?
A mmotša ke ra ke go tsebe.
I said, I don't know you.
A re ke nna Captain Mabunda.
He said, I'm Captain Mau.
A lifta angstelleng from Twenja ya pere mo molaleng.
He then took or lifted his appointment from the things he was wearing, or the clothes he was wearing,
A mpotša gore wa ntshwara.
and told me that he's arrested
A bala di-charge.
and read me the charges.
A mpotša gore o lebetše warrant of arrest ya ka ko koloing.
He told me that he forgot my the warrant of arrest issued against me in the car.
And then a ba mpalela di-rights.
He then read me my rights.
Ke ge ba mova crew ela ka moka ba re re ka nte.
That's when they moved the whole crew and said he must go outside.
Sa le ba tšea sethunya nakwane ela ba se grepa. A ke tse gore na sethunya se feletše kae.
The firearm was since taken there that time when it was grabbed. I don't know what happened to it.
ba ngisha koloing ke bona station commander a tswelela ke team
When they took me to the car, I saw the station commander approaching her,
a botša gore na go diegang
asking what is it.
and then ke ba mo tlhalosetša gore ba tlo ntshwara
That's when they explained to the station commander that they are there to arrest me.
ke ka mokgwa ke tshwereng ka ona
That's how I was arrested.
Yes. Then you agree with me that when we were arrested, besides the fact that you tried to put your hand to the firearm in an attempt to protect it, thinking that these were criminals, after that you did not resist this arrest.
Well, Ndele nakwela ulika wishalito usutunia sehemu swewe kauru unaana ulima kudu kili nyako ukela sasle uwa mungu ulewa leka ugana ushabu
a se ke gane ka gore monagano o buile ka tseba lephodisa lana le le ntshwarang ka mo recognize
No, I did not resist because mine came back and I recognized the police officer.
And since you said you knew as early as February that you were being investigated until the date of your arrest, and you have been in contact or you met with your seniors from Polokwane and from the banks that you had policies with them in respect of the deceased who appears in these charges. You never tried to interfere with that investigation at all, am I correct?
Yes, ahora utumno le mwaga peto barua nyingi unalimo kompani mule baba ulu baba mkulu watu wanaba wala kama wala mkole utu anadone utoma wale mwao watu au tilu uka leka ushitisha nyakishi
awa
correct no.
And that you cooperated with the investigation, am I correct?
Ule wale tumishano ulinya kitu
eh
yeah.
And where were you taken after you were arrested at Smawarana police station?
Kamera wa usaro kwa Smawarana ule wa ishoka.
ke disitswe Polokwane SAPS
I was brought to Polokwane.
And did you make any statement to the police?
Una arresta realmente se lo ma police.
no captain Mabunda ba rile re ta se fa ka court
No, Captain Mahmoud said to give the statement.
And if I may ask you now that at the moment now you know that you're facing multiple charges. I want you to venture into these charges one by one, where you have to provide an explanation as we deal with those charges. Am I correct?
Yeah. Kaya ule mo wa ngane la fatwa osini wo mala ibe kinya ko tsene bele ngo mo mo wena uta fatal so ka ya that
eh
Yes. Your count one is in respect of Nobu Sidney. You know him.
Munajua masomo kima wapili nukusi
eh ke a mo tseba
How do you know him?
ke papa ngwanaka
Child?
accused number 3 firstborn
My firstborn.
So, can you tell this court the background in terms of how to deal with Nobu, which led to you having the first child, in short?
Well, fanya kuzo ya kuona wena limungu kuwani vya na wao fele jali so baloma.
ke kopane le Nobu back ka bo 1996
I met Nobu
re be re ya dinakeng mola sešego hostel go nvalo ke di go ba agile di upstairs a ke tse gore na ba e bitša eng ga nvalo mola sešego
Where we would go to Nakeng, there by the Sishu Hospital. Sishu Hospital.
nna ke be ke tseba ka sešego hostel
Yeah, I don't know what is there now.
If I may assist, Your Worship, now it's a social housing program whereby lower income people are residing there or families at the moment. That was the development.
And you trying to keep the description of
The
the place.
description, yes.
Yes, we don't devise it.
She says she does not know at the moment because back then it was a hostel. So I'm trying to assist that now it's a social housing program by the Department of Social Development. I'm just assisting. I don't assisting her. We are assisting her in this way.
So he said it's assisting, it's now the institution in staff.
And the worship character should just submit a contract is now 1,300 hours perhaps it's time to budget for that.
In this way, yeah. Stayed in house.
1345.
A witness, we are going to have a child and 1845.
Satsere to emishanyana ne to ga kora
And then we will then continue the process.
to tswela pele ka kore sa ruti ya ke to tswela pele ka go fa go ka ya are me le le ba kore sa ruti
1998 ngwana o sa le monyane
1998, the child was still young.
because of teenage pregnancy azanga ka ga ba re fa that chance ya re taba mma le papa ba godisha ngwana
Because of the teenage pregnancy, the parents did not allow us the opportunity to can raise the child together as mother and father of the child.
and then ra timellana gape
We lost contact again.
ya after ke boya go joina sepodisa ka bo 2007 2008
Time went by, and after I had graduated from the police academy around 2007, 2008,
ka kopana le noko gape ka toropo ya Polokwane
I then met Nuku again in the town of Polokwane.
noko be a na le bommage
Nuku was with his mother.
to my surprise noko be a sa kgona go bolela
To my surprise, Nuku could not talk then.
bommage ba ntlhalosetša gore noko o bile le accident o bile le kotsi o bethilwe a kgaolwa voice box
His mother then explained to me that Nuku was involved in an incident where he was assaulted to a point where they cut off his voice box.
mara physically o be a le right
Physically was okay.
ya ba ona re reconnecta le noko a nyaka ngwana
That's when we reconnected with Nuku and he wanted his child.
o be a bereka bed factory gana mola sešeo
He was working at a bed factory in Seshio.
nna ka gore ke be ke movile one ka bophelo ka mo alawa ra be relationship le ngwanage
As I had moved on with my life, I allowed him to have a relationship with the child.
gwa ya ra timellana gape
Time went by and lost contact again.
2017 ka kopana le noko gape
In 2017, I met Nuku again.
ke kopane le ena sekeleng ya sešeo
I met him at the Seshio Center.
ke be ke tseba gore noko a kgone go bolela
I knew that Nuku cannot talk.
mara re be o be a kgona go e sene gore total re be re bolela ka di-phone ka eng mara speech se se right
Not completely. We communicated through phones, but his speech was not okay.
to my surprise ka khumana ile gore noko a sa kgona go tsamaya gabotse
Again, to my surprise, I then discovered that Nuku could not walk properly.
ke motho o ka re o bethile ke stroke
He appeared to be someone who had suffered a stroke.
then from there ka rena ka re tshwanetse ko tseba ga gabo lose contact
From there, I then said, I need to know your parental home or where you stay because we seem to lose contact from time to time.
ka nnete ke sepetse le ena noko ra ya ga gabo extension 71
Indeed, I left with Nuku and we went to his home at extension 71.
ge ke fita ka khumana sesiage molatela
Upon arrival, I found his sister Mulatelo.
after mpontšhitše ka gabo go sena motho a nkiša go sesiage molatela
This was after we first went to his parental home and we found no one. That's when he took me to his sister's place, Mulatelo.
molatela o bentše a ntseba from gale
Mulatelo knew me all along from Waco.
ke ga ntlhalosetša gore bommage ba thokofetše bommage noko ba thokofetše
That's when she now told me that Nuku's mother has passed away, their mother.
noko o no ba le di-complication after go thaselwa gana mola gage bogomo ke tsona di motišeditšeng taba ya gore a sa sepela ebile o na le bolwetse ba epilepsy
They further told me that Nuku had complications after the assault incident that took place in Boko. and over and above that, he suffers from epilepsy. That is, the incident is what caused him not to be able to walk properly.
Molatelo ke ga ntlhalosetsa ka mokgwa le re no kwana motho wa go motlhokomela ka gona.
Molatelo then told me the way in which Nuku did not have anyone to take care of him.
Ebile karata ya SASSA e ka next door.
His SASSA grant card is kept next door.
Yena Nuku a ba era molatelo a re gopela gore ba yo tšea card ya ge ya SASSA ba e fe nna ena ngwana ge o gotse.
Nuku then said to Molatelo, he's asking that they go to get the SASSA grant card from the neighbors or next door. His child is grown,
A gone o motlhokomela.
so that he can take care of his child.
Ka nnete re ile ra tšea karata ya Nuku ya SASSA go tloga mowe ka thoma go motlhokomela.
Indeed, we proceeded to go and get Nuku's SASSA grant card, and I started taking care.
Le ena ngwana go bentša motlhokomela.
His child was also taken care of.
E kgwedi fela re be re make sure gore o ba le grocery wa thatsetswa dilo ka moka di ba gona.
When the month ended, we ensured that he had groceries for the month. His clothes are washed.
Ba family ka moka ntse ba e appreciate
And the whole family appreciated
ka gore le ena mangaka o bentse ba go toga gale.
because even Mangaka knew me from way back.
Ke ka mokgwa le gore relationship ya ka le Nuku ebile ka gona.
That's how my relationship with Nuku was.
And I want you to take us to the issue as to how he died. And we can summarize that so that we don't waste time.
Jala ke nyaka gore iše o taba ya gore o tlhokofetse bjang. O ka no bolela ka boripana gore se ka senyana.
E humane call from Mpho a mpotša gore Nuku a se a roba le gae.
I received a call from Mpo who told me that Nuku did not sleep at home.
Ba mo tšhekile melokong ka moka ntse ba mo tšheka gore na se a temoletše na.
They have looked for him at the homes of other relatives. Now
Ba tšheka le go nna gore na moletše a gona.
they were checking with me as to whether was he not there at Mulej.
Ba humana le gore moletše a go.
They found that he is not at Mulej.
Ka ge ba rile motho wa go ke ile ka yo thola gore na go diega eng.
Since they had indicated that he was not there, I went to check as to what was.
Re tšwetše pele re mo nyaka di-relative ka di-phone.
We proceeded looking for him, other relatives, telephonically.
La subela ra ya gae.
The son certainly went home.
The next day ka founela ke Mpho.
The following day, I was called by Mpo, received a telephone call from him.
A mpotša gore mosadi wa ward councillor o re o bona ba ema.
Telling Mpo told me that the lady who is a ward councillor said that she sees that we are going up and down.
Gane a se le go gore go na le motho ba mo ntšhitšeng ka metseng na.
She further told me that didn't you, the lady then said, didn't you hear that there is a person who was taken out of the body?
Ge ke sa re ke theeletše call ya Mpho wa tsena call ya mangaka.
As I was still listening to what Mpo was saying, a telephone call from Mangaka came in.
A re gape Nuku ba re ba mo humane a wetše ka metseng ko ledamong la 71. I mean la Percy 5.
Mangaka then said, it is said that Nuku was found in the dam at Cresify.
motho wa mmotjang gore ba fumane noko o re bona ba lekile go thusha noko.
The person who told them this said that they tried to assist or rescue Noko.
ka ya be a ro gametsa ditaelo
As he was saying that he is fetching water for injunction.
unfortunately ge maphodisa a dilo motšea ba kubile batho ka moka.
Unfortunately, when the police came to fetch him, they chased every body away.
Then ka driver ga ya ga bonoko ra tšeana re le family ra ya police station ba re iša forensic go mo identify.
I then drove to Noku's family. We then proceeded from there we proceeded to the police station. The police then took us to forensic pathology where we went to identify.
Ke ka mokgwa ke tsebang ka gona.
That's how I know him to a guy.
If I may ask you at this juncture, you are facing a charge of murder in this instance. So this matter goes to trial, how are you going to plead?
Wena o la tfatwa ka molato wa polao. Okay? E o ka direga gore molato o tswele pele o ya tsheko. O tlo ke fetolela ka gore ge o pharwa ka ditatofatso semmušo.
Ke tlo re na ke na molato.
I'm going to say I'm not guilty.
You are also charged with the charge of relating to the old mutual insurance company, wherein apparently they shot the deceased for an accidental cover.
Well, o la tfatwa gape le ka taba ya gore wena o ngwadišitše goba o ntšheditše yo Noko police wa go motšhwana gore ge a ka hlokofala ka mokgwa o e leng gore a se wa tlhago o be le dipatšhe.
Just before she answered, when you started issue, you referred to count one.
It is count one.
So may I assume that you are still busy with count one, or you moved to another count?
Yes, I've moved I'm still busy with count one. That also incorporates the life insurances that the accused had.
What is the correct count?
It's a separate count.
Is it not numbered?
It is not numbered. The one that I have is not numbered at all. All the counts that I have, the charge sheet that is with me here, they are not numbered. That is why the Himalayan friend is trying to assist me.
Yeah, what I wanted to say was, if you were done with count one, in terms of the sequence of evidence that you intend to leave, when you now go to count two, that has to also lay the foundation to say, now I'm going to count two.
That's the court basis.
Thank you. But you said you were still busy with count two.
Indeed so. Your Worship, I now want to deal, I don't know if it's count one or count two. Still, the charge sheet that they have provided for me does not show, but it's count one.
It's not wise to first number them so that you can create confusion.
Okay. No, the numbering appears on top, Your Worship. I'm now on count two. I've dealt with count one.
be nyaka o taba e tswelela ga botse ka gore ge a thoma go bolela ka taba tša no o le o bolela ka ditatofatšo tša molato wa mathomo ke bjale be nyaka go tseba gore na o sa le mo molatong wa mathomo ya bolela ka taba tša di-old mutual goba o swere molato o mongwe ba nomoro nngwe ya molato na bjale mafelelong ka morago ga o leka go kwešiša gore di latelana bjang gore ramolao tše tša old mutual ke tša molato wa bobedi.
Lordship, apparently it's just the life insurance. The challenges is with the charge sheet, how they have been numbered. Because they appear up there at the corner as if these are pages. So maybe if I can take the worship page by page, that I'm hoping that it will assist. Because the charges are not numbered. But what we have is that we have page 1, page 2, page 3. If I go through that sequence, I think that will assist the court.
No, I realize that the state is available in court. If you do not understand how the charge was, I was able to follow it on the charge sheet. It's count 1, count 2, up to the last count.
Yes.
Perhaps if there's something you want to clarify, I don't know if we can have an agenda for 3 minutes.
Yes, please.
And then verify so that you succeed with your evidence in sequence.
If we may, Your Worship.
State, can we have an adjournment by 2:30? I'll be back.
It's fine.
All right. Tomorrow, we can have first 2 nomoro tša melato.
I'm indebted to your worship. I beg your pardon, your worship.
Just a moment.
Somebody on.
Yes, it's so. Witness one Rachel Shogani, you are one that you are still under.
Mary Shogani or Demonstration Usai Kan Nagger. Yes.
Defense, you realize that when we adjourned, it was at the time when you indicated that you are accountable for the numbering of the charges that are mistake. May I confirm if indeed you have now confirmed the numbers?
Indeed, so, your worship, and I'm indebted to the court.
Thank you.
For them to provide us the time to deal with the outstanding issues.
Thank you. You may now proceed.
Ramla ori ba khonne ka rarabula taba ya ola la mela nomoro tsa rona o le wa foro re mfesi ba ka sa o lokisha le batale.
Your worship, I now move to count number 2. Count number 2 states as follows. That you took a policy with a life insurance company to issue an accidental death cover for an amount of 650,000 with reference policy 11334693, and that on the 25th of October you submitted the claim documents to One Life Insurance Company. Rejected the claim. So this matter goes for trial. Can you offer an explanation to court with regard to the issue of bail application?
Well, Maimero Ramla Daya Umla to what the more like now we do their policy, the One Life, more home, no good, Sydney Monja, the Kamalikan, policy way, Kia 650,000 year the Ramka, Moinomori, carry 25 October, all that for now with the Watencha Pubelo. Over One Life for the party there, we are like a policy with Kava Kalari, Yonoku, Toko Feti, with the Dominican. Then, we got the Ramana 2 years ago, that for today, the Ulat Fatugajona, similar Coronia said, who Ka Fatalusu, or na, Udra Laimi. Relevante taba ya kupelo ya ukumbuka bei.
Ngaphatha loso.
This again over it.
Asengeke bele policy le One Life.
I never had a policy with One Life.
Motho mo ba musho ba kata le bothatsi.
Perhaps the prosecution can provide proof or bring evidence.
And the church further went on to state that you made a misrepresentation that you were married to Nuku, either customarily or by civil rights, or registered into a partnership to Nuku Sydney.
Vare that fajo ujola pele diru wena uile wa bolela makawa wa furita ka gore wena le Nuku le balekane ka ba ka mokgwa nyalana ka siko oba ka mokgwa saina motho mo le tlhakanela thutu wa phaka oba le balekane o ya oi.
Jwale ga ke boletse a senge ke be le policy le One Life.
As I have already indicated, I have never had a policy with one line.
And Your Worship, count 3. That you took a policy, or in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully, falsely, and with intent to defraud, you misrepresented to Old Mutual Insurance that you were espoused to Nobu Sydney Muncha, and did then and there, by means of the said misrepresentation, induce Old Mutual Insurance Company to issue an accidental death policy cover for an amount of 650,000 with reference to the new Green Light Policy number 1875-3189.
Litatfaju mulatunga bravo kitabu manager mo ulatfaju more anamos jinsa kitu wena ujawadra katano nimolao kabu fura u kemishirije u manager Old Mutual wari wena molikani wa nuku Sydney Muncha kaurialo wa bula policy le Old Mutual ya chere ya organa 650,000 rand ba ichile bina na Green Life ba ifale no bana mo
ke tlo dumela gore ke tsere policy mara isene ka bofora.
I will agree that I took out the policy, however, not by misrepresentation.
Can you perhaps explain to the court the basis of your
Ukata busita koro na ori ganori yalo.
Irile re njere le ka mogara tsela bophelo le noko re dia je batho ba di diantja bophelo gore go be le di funeral cover, go be le di life policy, go be le di life cover.
As we were on this life journey with Nuku, doing what other people do, ensuring that their funeral policies, life covers,
Ka ga ba itekanetse mo monagano.
as he was mentally fit,
Re bile le tsela ya go applyela di life cover.
we ventured into applying for life cover.
Re sepetse di insurance company
We went to insurance company.
ba re refera bolansete go roach ya madi
They referred us to Lancet to draw blood
gore re bone gore na ka nnete re ka qualifya di policy tse re di nyakang na.
to establish or ascertain whether we can qualify for the policy to
who
intend.
referred you to Lancet?
Ke mang a le rometse o Lancet?
Re ile Standard Bank
We went to Standard Bank.
life policy ya wana e be le under Liberty Life.
The life policy was underwritten by Liberty Life.
And then the results di rile ge di boya ba re noko ke high risk.
When the results came back, they said Nuku is high risk to be insured.
A ka se insuriwe under life cover.
As such, he cannot be insured under a life cover.
Ra ya Old Mutual.
We went to Old Mutual.
Old Mutual le gona ba nyakile madi re boeletse Lancet.
Old Mutual also wanted blood results. We
Banyagile-
went back to Lancet.
Ba nyakile profile ya sepetele.
They also requested the hospital profile.
Re ba file tsona.
We gave them.
Le gona ba e rejectile.
They also rejected.
Ba re ke risk.
They said it's a risk.
A ka se qualify life cover.
He does not qualify for a life cover.
That is when the consultant are advise aga accidental covers tse ba nang le tsone.
That's when the consultant advised us about the accidental covers they had.
Ra isha di requirements ka moka tse ba di nyakang.
We provided them with all the requirements they needed.
Mo e le gore e golo ya gona e be e le gore noko o tshwanetse a ngwale affidavit ya gore o dumela gore nna ke mo cover under that policy.
Wherein one of the requirements was that Nuku must depose an affidavit indicating that he is allowing or permitting me to open beneficiary wa le police.
Wa dumela hore a coveriwe
Oh.
under that policy for permission.
Deposed to an affidavit that he is permitting or allowing to be covered under that policy.
Jwale ka ke boletse hore a se re ditše ka bofora re meetile all those requirements.
As I indicated that this was not done by misrepresentation. We met all the requirements.
And if I understand, it's with Old Mutual, is that correct?
Ekikwishisha kabuthi policy ni dilele Old Mutual.
Yes.
Yeah.
Proceed.
Jalampe.
E felela ona mo ke ka mokgo ke kumaneng policy ya green light under Old Mutual.
That's how I got the green light policy from Old Mutual.
And the cover that appears on the charge sheet of 650 is correct.
Value ya masheleng a 650,000 rand. Yona e nepagetse.
E nepagetse.
It's correct.
And it is also alleged that when you registered that policy, you informed the insurer that the deceased spouse they were registered into the partnership, whereas you were not married either customary or by civil rights.
Yeah. All that for gape mo gore ge o tšea policy o letse taba gore wena molekane wa noko Sydney Monta ka mantswe a mangwe ra re be le na le kgorano ya balekane e fela mola le seare nyala e ka ba ka setšo goba ka mokgwa wa signer gore le balekane.
E be se one of the requirements. E be se na spouse ka mogare.
That was not one of the requirements. There was no requirement that one has to be a spouse.
We now proceed to count number 4. Worship.
Dale ya o ita fatu molato wa bona.
It states that on or about the 15th of July, you approached the First National Bank to issue an accidental death policy cover and listed as a beneficiary for an amount of 1,500,000 rand. Is that correct?
Itanfado jamu la tu wa bravo ndiri kadi 15th July when now 11 wa sencha kupelo ya oka kuna police ya le kole le more le ka saba ka mo ko le more aswa saba mo le more policy we be 1,500,000.
Net.
That is true.
And when you approached the insurer, the First National Bank, you indicated to the consultant that you were married to the deceased and therefore you can be referred to as a spouse. Is that correct?
Veo ya anapo mfushika banki consultant umulije gore nale muku le nyala kaore ya molekane wa ga.
No.
No.
Can you explain to the court the basis of your answer?
O ka tlhalosetsa gore ke ka baka la eno no.
re ile FNB le yena Noko o be a yo je funeral cover.
We went to FNB together with Noku. He was going to apply for a funeral cover.
Since a be a sena yona.
Since he did not have,
Re repeata ka question a gore a re ke swantse nna ke be beneficiary mo go yona.
upon arrival there, he said, I must be the beneficiary of that policy.
Ka e question.
Lam question.
Ka e question a consultant gore na go tlo kgonega na
O le re ke mangarileng le swantse ba beneficiary.
ke Noko.
Ke moka consulted a question over another question.
Nna ka e question a gore e tlo kgonega jwang gore ke be beneficiary based on our relationship.
Noko is the one who said I must be the beneficiary of that policy. I then questioned his suggestion to say how is that going to be possible taking into account our relationship.
Consultant aba a botsisha gore na gane relationship ya rena ke eng.
The consultant then asked what our relationship was.
Ka mmotsa gore ke papa ngwana.
I then said he's the father of our child.
Aba re ntšhetša clause ya FNB ya spouse.
The consultant then showed us, produced a clause regarding spouse.
Ye be bolela gore e ke na le biological child le yena le biological father ke qualify go ba spouse.
The clause which said that if I have a biological child with him as the person who wanted to be insured, and he is the biological parent or father of the child, then I qualify to be a spouse.
Then right from there
We then took it from there.
Noko a tšea policy
Noko took out the policy.
and then aba mfa di-signing powers over dilo tša ge tša banke.
He then gave me the signing powers over his bank affairs.
Bona mo ra ba re tsa lekgopolo re buša gore na bona o ya le ka condition ya ge ba bona o ka re ka loka ge re ka re tšea life cover na.
From there we further inquired from the bank as to, according to how they see things and taking into account this condition, do they think or believe we can qualify for a life cover.
Ba re bontšha risk ya ka le yena.
They then pointed out the risk of me and him.
Ya ge ba khuta ka mafokodi a be a na le ona.
As they were quoting or referring to his illnesses or shortcut.
And then nna ba ikhuta ka mmereko wa ka.
When it came to me, they referred to my way.
Then ra tšea life cover.
We then took the life cover.
No, not the life cover,
Oh.
accidental death cover.
No, not the life cover, but the accidental death cover.
Ya cover a signika 1.5 million yang cover ka 3 million.
It covered Sydney with an amount of 1.5 million rand, and it covered me with an amount of 3 million.
Am I correct to that I understand you to say that whoever goes first, the beneficiary is the one who remains?
Which one?
Ke tla be ke bolela nnete gore wa tsamaya o pele Ramaphosa wa šala ke ena yo e leng gore o na le maloka o ka patela tšhelete.
Ebile jwang.
Yes, that is how.
So, in respect of the old mutual insurance company in count number 3, was this insurance paid after the death of Noko?
Re o itla o molato wa boraro policy ya green light ya old mutual ka morago tlhokofala ga nna e ba ile ba patela.
No.
No.
What were the reasons?
Mabaka ibili.
Bampotse gore ba khwira relationship.
They said they are querying our relation.
And in respect of the FNB insurance in count number 4, did this policy pay out?
Policy molatu wa bone ya FNB ile apata.
Ipatetse.
And were these the only policies that you had with the deceased?
Ke tsona di policy fela jo le nato le no.
Under my name, yena o be a le under ya funeral.
Under my name, yes, he was the rare no one ya funeral.
Which is funeral cover, naka accidental cover.
Yes, under my name, and he also had a funeral cover in his name.
And if I may ask, why did you insure the deceased?
Denga ujisa ana wano kare kika bakala ini uide wa mwalisha police wa mwala police.
Ke na le ngwana le yena.
I retired.
O ka dia gore ke tsamaye go ba tsamaye ba be ba santse ba shale ba phela.
In the event I were to pass away, or in the event he were to pass away, the children were supposed to remain behind and continue with life.
Cool. Let us go to the funeral aspect. Upon his death, there was an arrangement for the funeral. I guess so. And how did you participate with the proceeds that you received from the policies? Did you bury the deceased? You tell this court what happened.
Which process? The life cover.
The life cover and the funeral cover, or both.
Both.
Yeah, the proceeds of the money that you received patient.
Now, I just wanted clarity on whether you received the proceeds of a life cover or of a funeral cover.
I'm referring to both.
Yeah. Kija ore kamra wa le kula yonu ubile biaganyo chapulu wage biara nyango tibora wena uralukile karulo ifi kudu re liberaci masheleng au ka ba mo pate tsuona a life cover le
Funeral cover ya FNB bile yona o patela pele.
The FNB funeral cover is the one that paid up.
E patetse 40,000.
Did you follow? No. The FNB funeral cover is the one that paid up first. Yes. Alatela?
Ke yona e patetse for funeral.
Oh, that is the one that paid for the funeral.
Ke je responsibility ya funeral ka moka.
The level that
40,000.
Oh, yes. The amount was 40,000 that paid out.
Ke je responsibility ka moka mmoloka.
I took all the responsibility, bury him of all the responsibility for his funeral.
Le ge lo reng ka sa opola ditsaka tsa ka mara di main ke a di gopola.
Even though I cannot recall all the nitty-gritties or details, but main issues I recall.
Ke a gopola gore ke spendile 20,000 ka leboa funeral.
I recall that I paid or I spent an amount of 20,000 at Libua funeral.
Ke ntshitse 5,000 ya groceries.
I contributed 5,000 rest towards groceries.
Yolo ke boletse ke re tse dingwe a ke sa tsa gore di be di ba jwang mara ke dile ntho nngwe le nngwe ka funeral.
As I indicated, some of the nitty-gritties I do not recall, but I did everything related to the funeral.
And that was all.
That was
ke tsona fela so se dira.
ka FNB ka funeral cover.
Yes, with the funeral.
Then, is there anything that you did except the funeral?
Ona le ntho e nngwe o e dirileng ntle le tse tsa poloko?
Ka morago wa poloko re dutse re le family go na le matshedišo le tšhentšhi tše di šetšeng ka kua gaeng go sena space mo e le gore batho ka moka ba ka robala go na le thurumo e se fele.
After the funeral, there were contributions that were made as condolences from people, and there was a meeting after, by the family. However, there was not enough space at the home because there was a two-room structure.
Ke feletše thurumo ele ya bulelwa.
I completed the building of the two and it was roofed.
Then go a kgona go ba le space se se enough ka gae ba thakana ke dikamora.
There was now space at home and they had enough bedrooms to accommodate.
Ke loketse fence ka mo pele.
I erected a fence in front.
That was all.
Ka poledišano ya bona ka gae
This was through discussions at home.
ke jere mpho ra ya ra bula society
Ka morago polisa.
ka morago wa tšona.
I then took Mpok to the Laula Society, okay, to join a society.
Re ile Two Mountains
We went to Two Mountains.
ra bula society sa go covera family ka moka.
We joined a society that covers the whole family
Ka ge se 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 gona
because they had no society that would cater in the event of a funeral.
ka bea mpho in charge gore bena a tlhokomela society sele.
I then put Mpho in charge to see to the affairs of the society.
Nna ke patela di-premium.
And I was paying the premium,
Go fitlha le ga gone jwang.
even up to now.
Cool. What I want to find out, if I may take you back a little while, did you ever inquire about the cause of the death of the deceased?
Go botšiša morago nyana a na o kile wa botšiša gore lefu la mohu poloko e ka nyaka or the cause?
Cause, yes.
Oh, le kile la botšiša gore na mohu o bolaile ke?
Since FNB ba be ba nyaka postmortem re ile ra feletša re humana gore lehu le thotše keng.
Since FNB required postmortem, we eventually got to know what caused it.
Go ya ka postmortem e rile ba humane santa le excessive water mo maswafong.
According to the postmortem report indicated that they found sand and a lot of or excessive water in the deceased land.
And we now moved to count 5. Okay. Before, so this matter went on for trial. How will you plead in this matter?
Ke tlo dumela gore ke tšere sorry.
E molato o ka tswela pele wa go a fitlha tsheko o tlo ke fetolela ka gore
Ke tlo dumela gore ke tšere police mara e sene ka bofora.
I will agree that I took out the policy, however, that was not done fraudulently or through misrepresentation.
And it is alleged that you planned the the deceased death. Do you agree?
O latifatswa gape mo gore wena o rerile polao ya mo o dumelana le sona.
ga ke dumele.
I do not agree.
Count 5, Your Worship. It relates to the death of one Raiseja Rachel Shokani in Caracas, Kutumela. Can you perhaps explain to the court your relationship as to how you know the deceased before we proceed?
Count 5.
Raiseja Rachel Kutumela.
We should perhaps to assist the defense. So far as count 5 is concerned, the names mentioned are the names of the witnesses.
Just a moment, was the prosecutor speaking
Apologies, Your Worship.
information?
Apologies, Your Worship.
Yes, State, you may now proceed.
As I was saying, Your Worship, the names mentioned by my learned colleague are also witnessed before court. In fact, the deceased names are Joyce Zelamalesa. That's the court.
In count 5.
In count 5.
Count 5. As the court pleases, can you perhaps give this court the background as you know, how to know Tsela Malesa?
Ba re ditatofatso tsa molato wa botlhano di mabapi le Joyce Tsela Malesa. O ka botsa kgoro e gore na Joyce Tsela Malesa mo tseba bjang?
Joyce Tsela Malesa ke mo tseba bjalo ka ragadi.
I know Joyce Tsela Malesa as my paternal, as a paternal aunt.
Was she your father's sister?
Ke kgaitsedi ya bo papa.
O jwa ka bo papa, e sene kgaitsedi ya bo papa street.
She is not my father's sister, but she is from my father's family.
It is alleged that you murdered the deceased for the purpose of benefiting from the insurance. Can you give us the family background in this regard?
Yeah, unatfatswa mo gore wena o bolaile yo Joyce Tsela Malesa o lebeletse o ka polega o tswa o masheleng a dipolisi. Bjale o ka re tlhalosetsa gore na le tswalana bjang a botsebotse.
Joyce Tsela Malesa ke mo tsebile ke be ke na le relationship le ngwanagwe Zachary le ngwanagwe.
Okay. I knew, or I became to know of Joyce Tsela Malesa at the time I had a relationship with a child.
Re ya re tsebishana batswadi.
As a couple in a relationship, when we started introducing our parents to each other,
Ke gorile ba re tlhalosetsa relationship ya bona go tloa kwa godimo gore ba ga Malesa ke mogekolo mo le gore re belege from ka ga Shokane.
when we met, that is when now they gave us the family background or history, and it was then, or I was then told or informed that there's an old lady from the Malesa family. She is the one who gave birth to the Shokane descendants.
Bo mmago Joyce ba ta ba e confirma gore Joyce o tswa lapeng la ga Shokane.
Joyce's mother then confirmed that Joyce okay. Joyce's mother then confirmed that Joyce is comes from the Shokani family.
If I may, is Joyce Zelamalesa, as she was there any kids or children from Joyce Zelamalesa?
Elenga Wicham, Joyce Zelamalesa or one other? Yes, she had one child.
Relationship
this is a child, me and him had a relationship, however, the relationship did not go far. That child eventually had a wife, and they had 3 children. The wife of Joyce's child then passed.
Then the
man remained behind with the 3 children.
Family
The family was unable to bury or arrange the funeral
then
of the daughter-in-law. The family of the deceased wife took their child and buried themselves.
From there,
okay. The family of the deceased wife also took the children to live with the family. The children visited during the holidays. Zachariah, this is Joyce's child, was unemployed. He also, after the death of his wife, was now not okay physically. He told me or explained to me how he is suffering from illness. And on top of that, he's unemployed. He then asked me to consider him if there are openings.
Whole lot insurance.
I then included him in whole lot insurance. Time went by and Zachariah passed away.
Then
I assisted with the funeral according to how he has requested. The children were still at their grandparents' home, their mother's family.
Relationship.
That's how my relationship with Joyce was.
And you are charged of murder of Joyce. The reason being that you wanted to benefit from the policy, that is count 6, First National Bank line. Do you know anything about this?
Yeah.
Policy?
Ulatfajwa moro wena. Utojile ku la Joyce. Ulaile Joyce ka wakalaro unyaka hu uyelwa ki mashele mojwa ku policy ya FNB life.
Can you
repeat?
Yeah, I'm saying that you are accused of Joyce murder. The reason being that Joyce had a policy with the First National Bank wherein you were a beneficiary. And those are the basis that you murdered Joyce. That is your response to it. explanation. Say.
Mare ke re o latofadzwa ka polao ya Joyce ba re o bolaele Joyce ka baka la gore o nyaka go boelwa ke mašheleng a o tswa go policy e Joyce o bana le yona le ba FNB live wena
after poloko ya Zakaria, Joyce o be na le society sa Sion sa Khanya.
After the death of Zakaria, Joyce had a policy with Khanya, which is under the Zion Church.
Ye lore o be a aleja go ripaleje go boloka ngwana.
A policy which she was alleging that it failed to bury her child.
Aba na rena senya ka police la Khanya.
She then said to me she does not want the Khanya police.
Onyaka policy ja di bank.
She wants policies that are offered by banks.
Ka ora se di disappoint ka lokola morwa.
Because they did not disappoint me at the time of the death of his son.
Abaya FNB abula funeral cover.
That's when she went to FNB to the funeral cover.
A cover le batolo ba le baagi.
She also covered or included in the cover her grandchildren.
Amboja gore ga ka sepela ke make sure gore wa bolokwa.
She then told me that in the event she was to pass away, I must ensure that she is buried.
Ka gore ona le policy ya FNB.
Because she has a policy with FNB.
Policy be le 60,000.
The policy was to the value of 60,000.
And then go bile jwalo after le go bolokile.
And it was so as she wished. After the death, she was buried.
And then early after re bolokile, ka kumana call from FNB.
After I had done the burial, I received a call from FNB.
Ba re gona le policy lo re we ngwaditswe under when.
They told me that there is a policy that was registered under me.
Bana le everything, there's no need to submit anything. Bana le dilo ka moka.
They have everything they need. There is no need for me to submit anything for them to process.
Assessor ya re busy idia assessment uta boya gonna.
The assessor then said he or she is busy with the assessment and will revert back to me.
Gore le ga boya gonna re policy e ka se patele ka gore azanga ija premium.
The assessor then said, when reverting back to me, said the policy won't pay out because no premium was received.
But before you proceed, you said that they then told you that they have everything, they don't need to submit. Where did they get this information?
What is the regard?
Kana go di wa claim a funeral cover.
They got them at the time when the claim for the funeral cover was being processed.
Can you explain how part of it?
Ukara karose jori badi kwiti bia kana kwe bandira claim ya funeral cover.
Ombudije gore he o submit the document for funeral cover. I wanted the department ka moka tse lore biela under funerals. And then Vashumisha, same document.
I was told that when you submit documents for a funeral cover claim, the documents that are submitted then reflect or appear in all the funeral departments of the insurance company, so they are able to pick them up.
It is alleged by the state that you buried the deceased or you killed the deceased. You killed the deceased while she was in a shack by setting fire on the shack that she was sleeping apparently, or she was inside.
O latfatwa mo wena o bolaile mo ra ena Joyce Mandela ka o mo fišetša ka gara mokhukhu a robetše o fišitše mokhukhu o e leng gore o ba robetše ka gara gona ke tsela e o mmolaileo ka yona o ya ka ditatofatšo tšwa la bothuši.
ga ke dumelane le tšona.
I do not agree with the allegation.
And it is also alleged that you were the first to arrive at the scene and you contaminated the scene at Shio, where the deceased was inside to stay.
O latfatšwa gape o tšwela pele gore tiragalo ye e seno diragala ke wena o mathomo o fitlha lefelong la tiragalo ye wa boša wa letlhapela lefelo le kwa sešego mo mokgoba a dula ona.
Ke kgopela pele re tsena mo go ewe ke clarify something ka claim ya Malesa.
Before we get into that, may I please clarify something regarding the claim in respect of Malesa?
Mo tabeng ya gore ke mo fišetše ka mokhukhung.
When it comes to the allegation that I bent her inside the cell.
Ke ile ka khumana call le ge ke sa gopola gore neng mara ge nako ya ke ta gopola.
I received a call. For now, I don't recall exactly when this was, but as time goes on, I will recall.
Mara e be le ka 2022.
But it was in the year 2022.
O Captain Lidwaba.
Captain Lidwaba.
Are o tswa Commercial Crime Pretoria. Commercial Crime Pretoria.
Said he or she is from the Commercial Crimes in Pretoria.
O tswere claim ya Malesa.
He is in possession of Malesa's claim.
By mo file yona for investigation.
It was given to him for investigation.
Ba FNB ba re ba suspect a foul play.
FNB was saying that they suspect foul play.
Ka mmotsisha gore na ge ba re foul play ba re jwang.
I then asked him what do they mean by foul play.
Are ba re ba suspect gore na ke mo fišetše ka mokhukhung.
He said that they are suspecting that I bent her inside the ship.
Are no delayed investigation ja.
She then said he has done the investigation.
And
his own investigation.
A bone foul play.
And does not see any foul play.
O e bušetša back to FNB.
He is returning it back to FNB.
Ke be ke no nyoko clarify ba gore ge ba re ba ditatofatšo tše dingwe ke tša gore ke mo fišetše ka mokhukhung.
I just wanted to bring that to the fore to clarify this allegation that I bent her inside a shed.
Yeah, I asked you a question. What I wanted to know from you is it is alleged that you were first on the scene because you set fire on that shack, and when you arrived there, you contaminated the scene, or you attempted to contaminate the scene. Can you perhaps tell this court how did you know that Rachel Joyce, I beg your pardon, Joyce died, and whether you went there and wanted to fight?
Your Worship, before the question is interpreted to the witness, may I register an objection? The patient told by my colleague that this witness before court was the first on the scene, contaminated the scene. It's not what the state has alleged at any stage up until now. So I would object if it's put as if it's what the state is alleging as the court.
there's an objection that has been raised by the state.
And I'll rephrase my question. I will leave that question, I will phrase it.
You are leaving it or you are leaving it?
I accept the
accept
objection.
that you don't put a proper version.
Need to, and I rephrase my question.
Yes,
Can you tell this court how did you know about the death of Miss Malisa, and whether you went there, and what did you find you did there?
Well, uka uja poroye na utsibile byana ka lekula mme Malisa bona ge ukile wa ya nakwa oyilu ide ukhweditse
tshela wana ke be ke le mmereko ke theogetse night shift.
I was at work on the day, working night shift.
Ke humane call
I received a call
from Marishan wa was Joyce.
from Sister Joyce's neighbor.
Arana re o mo kae?
She asked me where I was.
Ka mo ja gore ke mo mmerekong.
I told her I was at work.
Ara gape ba re mokhukhu wa Joyce o a swa.
She then said, it is being said that Joyce's shack is on fire.
Na gona mo gae.
That neighbor was saying she or he is not at home.
O a magaphola.
She or he is at Aramakapula.
Ka ge ke be ke le mmerekong. Ke gopetse relief commander.
As I was at work, I requested the relief commander.
Ka mo ja ka re ba re mokhukhu wa ragadi wa swa.
I then told him that it is said that my aunt's shack is burning.
Ka mo gopela go thola.
I requested him to allow me to go and see.
Ka nnete o ntumeletse.
He allowed me.
A tsamaya le crew ya ka.
I went with my.
Ne be le Sergeant Molopa.
It was Sergeant Moluba.
Ge re fitlha Lokama ka nnete re khumane le gore mokhukhu o swele.
When we arrived at Lukama, we found that indeed the shack had burned.
Batho ba firefighter ba gona mo seneng.
Firefighters were at the scene.
Ba cordonne scene.
They had cordoned the scene,
Ba emetse maphodisa.
waiting for the police.
Nna ke fitlhile wa mathomo ka vene ya maphodisa mara ke sa active jwalo ka lephodisa.
I arrived first at the scene with a police van, but I was not acting as a police officer or in that capacity.
Ka mo jarete ya ragadi go na le ntwe e kgolo ka mo pele. Ke se fele.
Inside aunt's yard, there is a big house at the front, but it's unfinished.
Mokhukhu ka mo morago.
The shack is behind this unfinished house.
Ba firefighter ba cordonne from ka montong go ya ka mokhukhung.
The firefighters had cordoned the area from the front leading to the back, where the shack was.
Ke le ge fitha khumane ba family gate be le accessible.
Upon arrival, I found the family. There, the gate was accessible.
Ke khumane bo Maranoto.
I found Ms. Ranoto.
Ke khumane bo Semo Mapoulo.
I found Sam Mapolo,
Le bo Mago Semo.
Sam's mother,
Le ba bangwe ba family.
and other family members.
And then ga ba ke ba nthalosetsa gore na go dirileng ba mpotsa gore mokhukhu o swele.
They then explained to me what happened. They told me that the shack burned.
And then ba di firefighter ba ba boditse o ka re go na le di remaining ka mona.
And the firefighters apparently told them that there remained inside.
And then ba be ba dutse as family ka mo ona mo jarateng.
They were seated as family inside the yard.
Ke dutse le bona.
I sat with them.
Re dutse tekano ya bo 10 to 20 minutes.
We sat there together for a period of about 10 to 20 minutes.
Maybe before you proceed, then where was your crew? Where is your crew at the time?
Someone below Jola Bill, crew ya Veliga.
O be ana le rena.
The crew member was with us.
O dutsinyana le rena ka morago a re fa space jalo ka family ya dula veneng.
The crew member sat with us for a while, however later, or at some point, left us as a family to give us space.
ka gore le ge ke gopola weather e be e tonya
Because as I recall, it was cold. It was cold weather.
then ka morago o tsweletše maphodisa go a tswelela forensic le LCRC ba fitlhe steng
Afterwards, the police, together with the forensic pathologists and officials from the LCRC came.
ba re ba dira tswa semeng e nngwe sešego
They indicated
goba
that
motong somewhere
they are coming from another scene, either Tshiwo or Mutu, somewhere.
then ba dia mmereko wa bona
They did their work.
a tsanga ke ya go bona
I never went.
ba rile ge ba feditše ge forensic e rwala stopo ba forensic ba bitša family
Once they were done and they had taken the body, the forensic pathologist called the family.
and then ba re re tle re bone mašaledi before ba rwala
They said we must come and see the remains before they are taken away.
and then ya ba gore sene e tlierilwe nna ke boela morago mmerekong
The scene was then cleared and I returned back to work.
ke ka mokgwa o bileng ka gona
That's how things transpired.
Fine. Let's go to so this matter goes to trial or go to trial. How are you going to plead this one?
O ka dira ka molato o tswele pelo ya tsela. O tlo go fetolela ka gore ba raka ditatofatso tse tša wa mana le tsone.
ke tlo ra ke ipone molato
I will plead by saying I'm not guilty.
And if I may, just before, the premium which was paid by the First National, paid by Joyce Zelamalesa at FNB, who was the beneficiary?
Ke mang motho ba ngwadisitswe bjale ka motho wa šwantše go lefelwa ge wa šwantšutsenša kupelo ya go lefelwa ge yo Joyce Malesa a ka tlhokofala go policy ye be e patelwa ke Malesa.
ya funeral cover
Are you referring to the funeral?
e be le nna beneficiary
I was the beneficiary.
And who was paying the premium?
Ke mang wa patela dipatela tša kgwedi ka kgwedi.
ke be di patela ke yena Joyce
Joyce is the one who was paid.
How much was that?
E be le bokae?
a ke tsebe
I don't.
Okay, and pursuant to the death of Joyce Malesa, did you assist in the preparation of the funeral?
Ka morago ga lefu wa go tlhokofala ga yo Joyce o ile wa thuša wa tšea karolo go tša go dipeakanyo tša kolo.
ee ke tšere karolo
Yes, I participated.
How did you?
Ka go dira eng ka mokgwa mang
ka go patela di-funeral expense ka moka
by paying for all the funeral expenses.
Can you give this court the estimation as to how much you spent?
O ka fa kgoro kakanyo ya gore na o ka ba o šomišitše bokae.
o be a na le go mowa ka mo gae edi o be a mongwadisitše ko Martin's funeral
There was one family member by the name of Eggy who had who had opened a policy for her at Martin's funeral.
ya ba gore ga yo tšewa forensic o tšea ke ba Martin anti batho ba le ba tšhentšitše leina ba re ke Mosaic
When the body was collected from forensic pathologist by Martins. However, it appears at the time they had changed their name to Mosaic.
kore o bile le go sharakana ga maina a mebušare ke se ka ba sure ka maina o bile le go sharakana ga maina a mebušare
There was a confusion regarding the names of the mortuary or funeral undertaker.
And then e good la ita ka dipampiri tse di right. O la be shitja mo tsere go forensic ya re charger di cost. Tja gore mo tsere go forensic mo itse mo shareng wa ge ene rena re monyaka ka mo mo shareng wa eki.
The person who collected the body from the forensic pathology charged us a fee for having collected the body, and now we want it to be taken by another funeral parlor.
And then again like packaging the cost tje.
My question was your contribution. What contribution do you make
in terms of expenses?
in terms of expenses?
Well, I'm realizing that the explanation is
It's not correct.
beyond one.
Yes.
And you're just one.
I apologize.
For a very musha Mohamed Mori, we are going to show up to show you. Ubanya go tseba gore wena o jere karolo ka go shumisha bokae go thusa ka poloko ka go patetse dipeakanyo ka moka tša poloko bjale tlhaloso e fa o e bontšha bjale e tshelela kwa go tše dingwe tše leng gore a di name di araba potšišo eo di botšišwa.
Ke be ke thuša in terms of transport le dijo.
I was assisting in terms of transport and food.
Can you give a figure?
O ka re fa boleng ba palo.
Nka ba ke spendile plus minus 7,000.
I might have spent, give or take, 7,000.
Since the police a se patele ka nako.
As the policy did not pay out in time,
And after the policy paid, what did you do?
ka morago re patele policy o dirile.
Ke tšo tšea bana ba Zakaria ka ba rekela diaparo tša winter.
I went and took Zachariah's children and bought them winter clothes.
Ke spendile plus minus 15,000.
I spent about 15,000 rand.
Yeah, Your Worship, we now move into count 8, Your Worship, of the death of Navel Mahatu Itume.
Ba re retsa go ditatofatso tsa go amana le Navel Mahatu Itume.
My attorney says count 7. Beg your pardon.
You don't see it is count 7.
Yes, it's count 7.
Is it count 7?
Yes, count 7. Navel Mahatu Itume.
Ba re ke molato wa bosupa.
It is alleged that you murdered the deceased Navel Mahatu Itume, and the state further saw that as a murder which was planned or premeditated in this regard.
Bjale, go latofatšwa mo gore wena o bolaile Navel Mahatu Itume. Ebile polao e ke e leng gore ile a rulaganywa goba ya rerwa pele e dirwa.
But before we go further, can you tell this court how do you know Navel Mahatu Itume and what is your relationship?
Pele re tšwela pele, o ka botsa gore gore Navel Mahatu Itume motse wa bjang kgwerano ya lena goba e le tswalana bjang.
Ne bjale ke mo tseba bjalo ka moratho wa monno ke leng ka lenyalong le ena.
I know Neville as the younger sibling of the man I am married to.
Ke tseba e be e le motho e le hore o be a phela ka bolwetse ba go.
I know him as someone who suffered from epilepsy.
Ke mo tseba e le motho e le hore o be a le slow le ena ka mo tabeng tša dibuka.
I also know him as someone who was a slow learner when it comes to academic issues.
Ke ka mokgwa ke mo tsebang ka gona.
That's how I know.
Yeah, it is alleged that you murdered the deceased. Is that correct?
Ulat fatwa mo or now bolaile mo. Isn't it?
Awu.
No.
Where was Navel Mahatu staying?
Navel Mahatu tumela ube a dula kae?
O be a dula le nna at number 508 Tloga Matlana.
He was residing with me at house number 548 Lowe, Amatlala.
With you alone?
You are now in Nosh.
O be a dula le nna le mogala wa ka
Me and my husband, spouse,
le ngwana.
and the child.
And the relationship between the husband and Neville?
Kwano ba kwerano marenga mogalabe wa o le Navele bedile.
E be le gabotse le relationship ya bodi le moratho.
Very good relationship. The brother, elder brother and a younger brother.
And I might be correct if I say they were biological brothers.
Ke bo buti ba madi. Yeah.
How did it come that she comes to stay with you and the husband?
O tlebe a more a feletsa ke o dula le lena kwa le mogalabe wa.
Ne be le o be sana batswadi.
Navele no longer a parent.
Ena ka ke tlhalositse gore o be a phela ka malwetse a go.
And as I indicated, he suffered from epilepsy.
Ene ka mo gae ka gabo o bo sene go sana motho a ka dula le ena.
And at their parental home, there was no one left who can stay with him.
E so o be a dula le rena.
As such, he was staying with us.
And it is alleged that you insured Neville, as it appears on count 9, that there was an Absa Life policy that paid 100,000, and there was also a life insurance company that paid 200 as a result of the accidental plan. But perhaps can you tell us how Neville passed away, or how did he die?
Ula tfazwa mo ore una le policy e pateting 100,000 ya utswa Absa Life. Ya le ka ditatofatso molaong wa bo 9 aba le policy nngwe ya utswa insurance company ya insurance e pateting 200,000 ifela ntlo mo ga re botsa na hore yo Navele o hlokofetse. According to my knowledge, he was knocked by a car.
And that is how you understand Neville's death.
Come for now,
Ke ka mokgwa ke kwešišang ka gona.
yeah.
Yes, we have count 11. Beg your pardon. Yes, on count 9, it is alleged that Naville was insured and you were the beneficiary. On the 12th April 2021, you submitted claim document to Absa Life for unnatural death of Naville Mfumelo, to which Absa rejected the claim. Is that correct?
But we are looking at that for Jumla tomorrow night. What more? What are the police? e leng gore e beuletswe yo nave wena ka di 12 ja April ngwaga 2021 wa tsentšha kopelo ka go romela ditokomane go ba Absa Life gore ba patlele policy we ka ge yo nave a hlokofetše ka tsela e sebeng ya tlhago e fela Absa Life ya gana go patlela. That is correct.
Your Worship, maybe if I may, I can see that the accused is tired, is no more responding in the manner in which he was earlier on.
The one who's tired, but she never said she's tired.
It's quarter to 5. I could see from the interaction that there is no more. Yes, I could see from the interaction that she's no more with me. And, I therefore, Your Worship, submit that if this matter can stand out until tomorrow, 9 o'clock. I don't know what
The witness never said she's tired. I've been sitting in this courtroom all along. She never said she's tired, unless you are saying she's tired.
Yeah, it's from the experience of consultation and leading of witnesses.
Okay. Let me know. I state
That is Your Worship.
I think I share the same sentiments with the court, and unless we confirm with the witness, if the witness is indeed unable to proceed. But from where I sit, we don't have any complaints from her part. So I think we still have 40 minutes that we can make use of it, so that we can get this matter to finality. That's the purpose.
Once you have made such an effort in the assessment, once it is wise to establish with your witness whether this witness is what you have explained. And then we'll take it from there, because it is my view that maybe such a statement may require somebody with scientific knowledge. As jurists sitting here, we have to see whether a person is tired.
Are you able to proceed further?
Usa kgona go tswela pele go fetiša mo ga lekgolo. Yes, let's proceed.
No, Your Worship, then we'll proceed. I was of the view that she's not comfortable.
Perhaps in the future, it's better to ask the witness whether the witness is tired than to act that such a witness is tired. So that from her explanation,
Indeed, so, Your Worship.
you can now proceed with your leading of evidence.
Yes, I posed a question to say, then why did you ensure a level
Ke ka baka la eng o la wa tšela Navel Makgatšhuku Tumela police o la wa mongwadiša police?
Re be re dula le ena ene motho o mongwe le o mongwe ga a phela go tshwanetse a be le funeral cover.
We were residing with him, and anyone who is alive should have or must have a funeral.
And that why then did he appoint you as a beneficiary of his own policy?
Ke ka baka la eng a ile a ngwadiša wena bjale ka beneficiary wa motho e leng gore o tshwanetse o tla a claime masheleng le a karolo.
bjalo ka ge ke boletse gore ke be ke dula le yena le botiare a se be decision ya navel go ngwadiša beneficiary re be re actor as guardian ya re and then ge ko mmulela bank account di consultant di dira advisor ka funeral cover ke consultile botiare gore na ke be mang as beneficiary.
It was not Neville's decision because we were acting as his guardians. So when I went to open a funeral cover for him, I asked his brother, after consultation with the consultant, as to who should we register as the beneficiary.
Ke ka mokgwa itlileng ka gona gore ke be beneficiary.
That's how it came about that I became beneficiary.
Yes, for us to clarify the political purposes, advocate that which is consulted the husband.
Yeah, but he don't finally say what agreement is there.
Indeed so. What agreement was reached between you and your husband, who is the brother of the deceased?
You know, traditionally,
Ra fitlhelela kwano ya gore ke be beneficiary mo godimo ga policy tša re.
we reached an agreement that I be the beneficiary in his policy.
Was the deceased employed anyway?
Ao o be a gola ka SASSA.
No,
O
he
be a phela ka
was,
SASSA.
no, he was a recipient of the SASSA grant.
And then who was paying the premium in respect of the policy wherein you were a beneficiary?
Kimang wa patela di patela tsa kgwedi ka kgwedi go ka policy ye leng gore wena o le beneficiary.
Ke be ke di patela ke šomiša tšhelete ya SASSA.
I was making the payments, however, using his SASSA grant money.
Perhaps the question may be that the cover was an accidental cover, am I correct?
Well, mohlomong puso e ka tsaya gore na seo ba ngwadisitswe sona ke gore ge o a ka tlhokofala ka mokgwa o e leng gore a se wa tlhago ke yona mo policy e tlo patelang.
Aowa.
No.
E be e le di-normal funeral covers.
It was a normal funeral cover, or they were normal funeral covers.
According to the cover, the funeral cover was 100,000 rand, and there was also an accidental cover because it appears that the payout was 200,000. Do you agree with me?
We are going to try to mlatungwa 9 gore o ba ngwadiseditswe tšhelete ya lekana 100,000 o bontsha o bona le cover ya lego le ka tlhayago ka mokgwa o kotsi a re gore mokgwa e leng gore a se wa tlhago patlele ya ba 200,000 o bjalo.
O bjalo.
That is correct.
Mara e be se accidental cover ke go ya ka di-insurance gore ge lekgo le tšweletše as accident funeral cover e le normal cover ba patela double pay out.
However, it was not taken out as an accidental death cover. It differs or depends on the insurance company. So when a death occurs and it appears to be unnatural or accident related, they pay out double.
It is alleged that Navel was not mentally incapacitated. And as a result, he could not have entered into any contract.
Wola tfatwa mo gore yo nave wana le mafokodi amana ka gore yalo o ba ka se kgone o ka tsenela dikontraka o bula o dipolisi ka bo yena lo tsa go tshwana le tseo.
O be a sa di bule ka bo yena.
He was not opening or applying in his own capacity.
O be a di bula under guidance.
Just before that, I think the question must be answered. You said it appeared that the deceased had mental
Yes.
and now she answered the latter part.
So,
I
thought maybe she was
Koro
yeah, but
Koro iri putisho ye uga e bontshana le re patse pele wa rabile ntlha mafele ka gore moemedi o re o latfatšwa o bontšha yo nave o bana le mafokodi a mona ka gore yalo o ba ka se kgone ka tsenela go dikontraka lo tsa go tshwana go bula go dipolisi mo e leng go tshwantse ya ke tlame wena o arabile ye ya go se kgone ka dipulela dipolisi wa o ke tlama o itla tabeng ya dikontraka wa se arabe ye ya go fokola kudu.
Jwale ka ge ke tlhalositse gore nna mafokodi a be a na le ona monagano ke be ke tseba gore ke motho o mo slow and gape ke motho wa go phela ka epilepsy. Mafokodi ao ke be ke tseba gore ke motho o mo slow jwale ka ge ke tlhalositse ka re kudu ka mo dibukeng.
His shortcomings or challenges I know of were that he suffered from epilepsy and he was a slow learner when it came to academic matters.
And perhaps we can tell the court about his general living conditions as a human being.
Mtomo nga botsa gore seemo sa bophelo ka kakaretso.
O be a gona go participate mo ntong e nngwe le nngwe le gore motho o monomale a ka e dira. O be a gona go bithatswetša, o be a gona go tšea instruction go mo fa instruction gore di a so le so le so. O be a gona go ya dibolong le batho thaka tša gage ya dibolong di-tournamente. O be a gona go šala le bana.
He was able to do things other human beings were able to do. He was able to do his own laundry. He was able to follow instructions. If you were telling him to do this and that, he was able to go to soccer matches or tournaments with his peers. He was able to remain with the children, or the children could be left in his care.
O be a gona go tsamaya ka transport go toga ga matala ya moleja yo visitor other families.
He was able to board transport from Amatala to the Moleti area to visit other family members alone.
O be a gona go ya clinicing a ya ititšela medication wa kgwedi ka kgwedi.
He was
able public transport.
He was able to use public transport on a monthly basis to go to the clinic to receive his medical treatment.
From this matter goes to trial, how are you going to plead on count 7?
Molato ka tswela pele wa ya o lo ke fetolela ka gore eng ge o itla o ditatofatso tša molato wa go šupa kola wa gore wena o bolaile Nabele Magadi o dumela.
Nga se ipone molato.
I will plead not guilty.
But perhaps you said that he died of a car accident. How do you know that?
O boletse taba ya gore o tlhokofetse ka baka la go thula dikolo. Okay? O se tsebile bjang seo?
ke kwele ka botiaga
I heard from his brother
gore go na le motho a humanweng Ga-Rampuru
that there was someone who was found at Ga-Rampuru.
and then motho we ge ba mo describe ba fa description ya Navel.
And according to the description that was given, it fits that of Ned.
O tswa police station
He went to the police station.
maphodisa ke ona o mmotsa gore ba botse
Docket for a person who was knocked down by him.
ke ka mokgwa ke tsebile le go laga ka gona.
That's how I knew or became aware of his death.
On count 8, you are accused that you defeated or obstruct the administration of justice by taking Navel and put him in the middle of the road known as R567. What is your explanation, your comment to this?
Well, we are going to talk about the Malatua 8. We are going to talk about wena udule busini ba go shitisha wa oleka o fenya ka wa tsipidisho ya tuka o phete ba re se we o se dirile ka o tsia mele wa tukusa Navel wa se beya garga tsela wa mmela o tsebeya o kala R567 wena o ka phathela ka goreng o se
ke dumelane le tsone tatofatso tseo
I do not agree with those allegations
ka gore le mo a tlhokofaletseng gona a ke go tsebe
because I do not even know where his death occurred.
ke no kwa ba re ke thoko ya dirapeng tša Rampuru
I just heard that it is towards or near or around the Ga-Rampuru cemetery or gravesite.
mara gore mo ka exactly a ke tsebe
However, as to where exactly I don't know.
What should we now go to count 10. Count 10. And
perhaps I should, before we can even start with Captain, I see it's now 2 minutes before the hour of 1600 hours. Perhaps we should adjourn and resume tomorrow.
Yes, Advocate Patrick, there is an invitation for Advocate perhaps now is time.
so I share the view. Indeed, it's 2 minutes past 5. Past 5. No, past 4. Yes, it was 5.
Jelala, el gato la dudan ko paso la lamenta le tsena ka koronya tsena le shikisha koro shuma ka swane.
other accused will be stated. We have now come to an end for the business of the day. And as a result, this matter has to be postponed to another day. Which date the state as the defense has agreed that this matter is postponed until tomorrow, the 31st of October 2024, for further hearing. All accused in this matter, including the witness, will be in custody. And I will insist that both of us let's ensure that at 9 o'clock we are ready to proceed.
Balafajwari fikwe mafelelong a mshumo wa letšatši wa koroi swantšo emišamo re tlo tšwela pele ka letšatši le leng gore le kwanetšwe ke batšeakarolo ka moka e beng go sasa di-31 tša October ngwaga 2024 balathofatwa ga mo lekhatsebeng ka ngwaga ofisi ba tla ba leka kgolegong ba go fitlhela re boya go sasa ka moka re netefatše gore re bona moka 9 gore re thome re gatele pele re a lego batho ka moka ba eme ana ka mo maphodisa a dirina re kwa bona re tla kgona go lokologa